Oh, you were fast. Welcome on in there. Get my chat set up here. Ooh. I'm doing just fine. It's the weekend. I get to just relax, chill out. Have a nice little break. And stream just a ton of this game over the next couple days. So I'm doing fine. We are at 944, which is again just wild. Why can't I? There we go. Promo has been great for you so far. I got hero. I didn't even. Excuse me. My voice just cracked. I didn't even realize there was a hero. There have been so many cards to keep track of. We're going to do our little promo review, so we'll try to take a look at them. Kelly Smith actually looks pretty darn good, too. She's with Arsenal Women's, and they're supposedly doing well, so hopefully they, keep doing well. So, should get an upgrade. Finesse Plus is obviously great, and she's got... sorry, it might be a little bit of a tired stream for me. But she's got the right body type, so yeah, it should all be good. Play next Sunday. It's a game they should win. They should probably win most games, but we're gonna go through we're gonna go through all the cards they released, but I don't want keyboard. Why does it think keyboard? Oh, it just... okay, that explains it. Yeah, I'm not really looking at any of these cards and getting too excited, but we're going to do a promo review here in a second. Use a 2-play stat, yeah. 1 attacking, 1 passing, I agree with that. Her passing stat's really high, but... what chem style are you using for her? This playstyles are such a big deal this year. Oh. I haven't actually played Ultimate Difficulty Squad Battles. Forgive me for playing an offline game. We're just kind of waiting for more people to arrive before we start looking at the promo team right now. Kim no. You forget I don't like Bayern, despite having 7 Bayern players. I don't think he replaces Carvalho or Ta. I mean, Intercept Plus is great, but it's Carvalho. Display Plus is just that little bit better. Oh, come on, Jamal. Obviously, if they get the upgrades, he'll be worth a look. Although I don't know what you have to do for his objective. Of course, EA makes the AI get bounce after bounce. That's not where I aimed that. Again, forgive me for playing squad battles. We're just kind of waiting for some more people to arrive. Bro. Oh, what a ball out. Okay. Okay. Beautiful full buy. No, you were Dortmund. Bohemian, you failed, man. How could you do that to me, man? Rip. Gattuso, holding plus plus. Oh, Gattuso was a card I wouldn't use if I packed for untradeable. Oh. Hunter for Gattuso? Kidding, for Smith. Okay. This is tougher than champs. I know you're always living full Bayern and Dortmund. Is that illegal? Probably, yeah. Especially with the game on Sunday. I mean, come on, bro. Not my fault. EA getting, yeah, exactly. Hey, at least the Bundesliga is getting some love this year. Got a couple Dortmund cards. A ton of Bayern. But normally they just completely neglect the Bundesliga entirely. I'm gonna listen to your stream while you play Weekend League. Totally fine. That's partially what it's here for. And I'm really gonna work on being more chilled out than I was yesterday. Yesterday I got a bit bothered by my team just playing really well and then stopping playing well entirely. That Fabio Carvalho card that keeps getting recommended, totally fine on the ball, off the ball, broke the team. Just did not work. Bro, what is that? Can you do power shots on free kicks? Because seriously. Yeah, as much as I want to use that Fabio card. He's one of those that just fall into the conspiracy theory of, well, he started as a silver, so like maybe stats are kind of fake because they don't code silvers into golds in the way that they code already high rated cards into special cards, or because his original card wasn't an RM, they don't give him the RM++ as well as they would an actual right mid or something, because again, that card team just would not position for me at all. Come on, game. I had a jockey and ping pass to Gattuso? That's fair. That is fair. What is that game? It registered L1 dribbling there, which messed it up, because I was only looking for to cause a run to happen, not to do the L1. Come on. That one's for you, Bohemian. That one is for you. Start a building Cruyff, 4 squads in, and then you pulled Smith. Building specific teams, Dortmund, German, Bayern. Yeah, as long as you're having fun with the game. Yeah, I would not... You know, I need my meta, the ones that work for me. It's gotta be the right dribblers and all that, but... Full Serie A only... Makes sense. You would love my hamshake. Let's do him for Serie A. Napoli legend. I am full. Players have to dribble well on the ball. Corey for Vinny, I'm looking at neither of them for now. Vinny obviously looks fine, but it's a small upgrade over his gold, which sucks, and just so expensive. He'll be great. He'll be really good, and it's nice to have Roll++ as both left mid and right mid. If he was advanced forward, I would almost certainly go for him. Advanced forward ++, and I'd almost certainly go for him. He's easy to link. Madrid links Bayern, all that. Brazil, not Bayern, excuse me. But I just don't think he's worth sinking 1.4 million into. For a couple months, and then we'll get Rodrigo, who's basically the same card. Obviously, you can use them both, but like Vinny looks so similar to Musiala, and I've already got Musiala, so it's like, well, What a deflection. Do core flown and test them out. I probably won't do it in qualifiers. Wrong player. That sucks. Because I'm still getting used to Hamshake, so I'd want the extra games to get used to. Alright, Hamshake, if he's the guy I'm going to go with for the weekend. It is between him and Milo. But maybe in rivals later in the week or something. Oh, this is just impossible. Come on, game. Get many more. You get more for winning legendary by a lot than you get. That sucks. But understood. I don't think it should be that way, but okay. Nice slide tackle. Oh, you're kidding me. Bro, really? Just got DC'd. That sucks. Was that in a champs game? Or qualifiers game? Any Black Friday SBCs? I have not. 8214s. I heard about those and I completely forgot, so I should take a look at them. Okay. Get it under control. Come on. Thank you. Come on, let me do that. Game. Don't you dare, man. That sucks, dude. That sucks, man. Screw that. Oh. Man. man. Why is he so much faster than me? Bro, come on, that's through me. Come on, man. Bro. Right there, man. No. What the hell is that? Can't do UFL, not on PC. Hate that. I would, but it's going to be... It's going to be... I don't know, 2-3 months until they consider bringing it to PC, I think. The Ultimate AI is the best. I can't replay that game in any regard, can I? That sucked. $2.2 mil after buying Dybala 91 for 700 and Bastoni for 315. Don't feel like buying anyone big. I think Dybala dropped, so you unfortunately probably lost some money, but hopefully that card does get upgraded. He would be definitely like one of my favorite cams in game, no question. But because I've got Milo and Hamsik and Musiala who can all play there, just don't think he's worth it. Hamsik could be CDM maybe or something like that, but... Bro... That's an Ndombele rush. Some of the best dribbling in the game, but not one of the better body types, so kind of average. On top of that, no playstyle plus and why, man? No playstyle plus and only 4 playstyles, so he's cheap. If you really need the chemistry, it's fine, but not somebody I'd go out of my way to use. Hello. Oh, come on in, Nikora. This will be my last offline game. I do have to get some of them done on stream, because who has time for this off stream? Oh, he's injured. Thanks for telling me, game. I know they need their pack fillers, so they've got to keep injury cards in packs, but they need to remove injuries, man. No game. Entirely wrong player. And there's an injury. Speaking of injuries. Yeah. doesn't have first touch. He's still... Oh, he's just injured all game because it's offline, isn't he? Damn. Yeah, legendary is so much more worth it. Remember when we had that visual bug and people thought that injuries lasted forever and would like go and buy a fresh card off the market? Because even though they weren't injured anymore, like it said they were on some screen. What a video game. Wow, it really just lets me keep attacking however long I want. That's wild. But it's only Schuler getting goals. Alright, Hamsik. Guaranteed corner. Why is Ta on my corner? There we go. Anyway, that's enough offline gameplay. And they're a 3 at the back. Kobo, you know you can catch a ball, right? Good. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Anything good or bad about the game? Anybody you're excited about using? Anyone who's surprised you and your team lately? Hamshake has been a pleasant little surprise. I'm glad that they added at least another cam role, even though it's Playmaker, the one I don't normally use. We're trying it out. Doesn't seem too bad so far. Come on, Hamshake. Alright, Bohemian, this one's also for you. It's not for you. This one's for me. That one's for Neymar. Realistic. Why is Ta on everything? Did Kim earlier, the intercept plus is nice? That is fair. Yeah, I think it'll be even better on a center back than it is on my CDM. I'm a little disappointed by Palacios's, but like... You think a CDM would use it more than a center back, but I'm not sure this year. I'm not planning on using him if I get him. Although he's worth a test. Yeah, I'm doing them offline, so nobody can yell at me. Okay, let's take a look at all of the cards that have been released, followed by the ridiculous amount of packs I'm about to have. I figure it's worth it enough to open now instead of save for Team of the Year. What even? I don't want these. Hey, Vest. The AI does not have feelings. I'm putting Bohemian in timeout. Probably have a ton of these. Nope, only two. Chat, what are your thoughts on that? Should I use should I open all my packs now or should I save them? Am I actually going to get anything from any promo, much less any good promo? Is that a paid cosmetic evo? No, it's not. And that's not how that works. It can't actually consent. Have you seen Blade Runner? May as well open. Think all cards are out except Origins. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So Probably easiest on foot GG again, actually. Usual, most cards are discard. Yep. 0 promos. See that? That sounds right. Alright. Hello everyone, and welcome to another video. This one's going to be, once again, a promo review. I'm trying to do these just about every Friday now. As well as packs towards the end of the video, because I've got just a ton of packs to open for Thunderstruck. Last video I think was way too long. We're going to try to go through as quickly as we can. Just kind of going through order of all the cards released Thursday from Modes Mastery. We'll start with that Rodrigo. Striker advance forward, right wing and side forward. I don't use that one, but he could be good up top. Right mid and side forward plus. Would be nice if the plus plus was out there. Everything about this card looks great. Actually, interesting, because Foot GG says he's average and medium. Foot Bin will say he's average and lean, and I'm pretty sure Foot Bin is correct in this case. So they disagree on his body type. If he's average and lean, then he's worth it. If he's not, then he's not going to be so good. But explosive, we don't get too many explosive players. Everything here, like, really high shooting stats already. Pace, I wouldn't even bother bumping. That's really high already. Actually, I'd probably give him a basic. Because if you give him like a marksman, which is what I want for the dribbling stats, you get a couple wasted. You know, +5 instead of +8. So you could put those somewhere better. Again, probably look for a basic here. Everything about this card is phenomenal, except for the playstyles. So this is the real letdown. This is what makes me wonder, should I really grind for this? If he had one passing playstyle, if he had first touch, if he had quick step, relentless, Travella, maybe rapid, Trickster, any of those would make this card more valuable, but just that, you know, that frustrating, that disappointing. Don't necessarily need passing, or passing playstyles, because passing's great. It's just, again, like one or two more, or if there was some Evo he would fit in, but he's too high rated for that, so probably the most worth it regardless. It's just, he probably is who I will go with. Again, I'm just disappointed overall by it. Pascal Gross. He's my player. I'm a Dortmund fan. I should be able to pronounce his name. I would be looking at a Guardian for him. Give some of the biggest increase in dribbling. Not that high for CDM, but also kind of basically about as high as all the other CDMs I'm looking at. Passing really strong. Defending actually really quite strong. Only 89 interceptions, but intercept plus, so it's fine. Not the passing I want. He's not going to block many shots. I don't care about dead ball. I've got a viewer who is running a full Dortmund team. Of course, this card's going to be usable for months to come, probably, for that team. Not really what I'm looking like. The Deep Lying ++ is great. Just don't like the playstyle layout, and some of the stats are a little bit off. Could do, again, a little higher interceptions or something like that. He'll be just fine, but by the time you're able to unlock these cards in 4 weeks, the question is, are they actually going to remain as meta as they look right now? My question, or my current thought on all of them is not so much, except for her. She's got, and this is what I don't understand. We're looking at 8 playstyles for her versus 4 for Rodrigo. Why? Yeah, just balance them out. Give them all 7 or 8 or something. Would also look for a Guardian on her, which I think makes her maybe the highest dribbling player in the game right now. Guardian, why I can never find it. 98 total. 93, 99, 93, 99, 98, 99, 88. Phenomenal. She's short and medium, which is not one of, it's kind of B, C tier body type. A little bit of a put off for that. Defensive awareness a bit low. We do have base anticipate, which is good. 2 of the passing ones I really want. Press proven plus, obviously great. I'm thinking about if I did all 28. There are 28 available, but it's only 25 in game, and you have to do all squad battle rivals and champs. The remaining 3 will be in packs, which I'm not thinking about. But if I did end up going for all of them, again, I don't think I would. It would probably be Rodrigo and Kim Little. Again, we don't get many press proven plus players, so having her just really good on the ball, even with the body type wrong. Bit of a trade-off, but the playstyle layout looks really good. Christopher Nkunku, also wrong body type. Would look at this card more if it wasn't for that. Playmaker plus, I'm actually finding a little bit more successful if you've got the right players around him. I've got Hamshik right now, who's doing great there. He's probably a basic. Dribbling up really high. That's actually a really good dribbling layout. Everything else pretty... like, nothing else to complain about. Everything else medium-high for the stat layout. Playstyle is pretty good, at least one passing, one of the better passing ones. Finesse. Most of the dribbling ones you can opt for, and Travella. Stamina's a little low, the rest is great. Body type was wrong, so really not looking for him. Which again is a shame. He's not been a card I've liked in past years because of the body type. Axel Witsel actually looks really good. Unique body type, only 6'1", missing aerial, so you would want a really strong player in the air next to him, Ta, VVD, someone like that. The rest of him, though, actually looks really good. Missing base and intercept, which is a little bit annoying, although 98 interceptions will make up for a little bit. If you've got the other, like Jockey, will make up for missing intercepts a little bit. Missing passing, but his passing I think is high enough. His dribbling, 93 reactions, 96 composure is really good. Ends up pretty much as fast as you would want for a center back. Defending's great. Plethora of playstyles there. No real complaints about that card. Actually one of the strongest options right now, I think. Nobody else here I really want to look at. Like, Gulson's would be good, but his playstyles are a little weird. Slide plus isn't one you use a lot. Wrong body type. You're not going to have any problems with the card, but he's not somebody who would, like, win me games. Teo's the wrong body type, so he would not replace, Mullen for me. It's lean medium, but they'll say... oh, he is average and lean. But his dribbling just starts so low. You'd have to give him marksman, and then they end up just kind of lower stats overall. Anyway. Again, even though right mid and inside forward plus is good. If you didn't do the Mullen, then maybe you consider him. But beyond that, like, I'm really not looking at any of these cards. Wrong body type, even with press proven basic. I think by the time we actually get 4 weeks from now, so the end of December, I think we'll be looking at a lot of these cards anyway. You know, you can consider that Witsel, but we're also going to, if you get all of the levels, we're all going to get this Kanate card, in which case, 90 versus 88 defending, but Kanate with a chance to upgrade, 1 pace less, more physical. Excuse me. Missing intercept and then slide, but then anticipate plus, he's got aerial, he's taller, so like... again, in 4 weeks, like, these cards all look phenomenal now, but we're not going to have them for a while. So the question is really, are they going to last by the time we're looking at them? Don't think any of these cards were really worth it to look at. Like, Gundogan, if he upgrades, would be fine, but he's only CDM holding. If he was CDM deep-lying, then I'd consider him, but, like, great playstyle layout, honestly. Stats are pretty decent. Not perfect, but that all works out pretty well. But he's missing the roll plus that I would want. I don't think there was anybody else I was interested in. This Raspadori card, actually. Only 5 playstyles, although 5 decent ones. Press minus, tech minus, quick step, tricks, or finesse plus. Finesse plus is great. 5-star weak foot, 4 skills. Wrong body type again, but he's explosive 5'8", so, like, could consider him. I would do... his agility is so low. I might think a finisher. Even though it's a little bit of... it's a big waste for dribbling to do a finisher, but you think just about max out the shooting as much as you can. 95 dribbling overall with press minus, even with the wrong body type. False 9 plus striker, which tends to make them drift way wide, so that's just... it really depends if they fix the coding on that by the end of the season down there. Like, the rest of these you can look at is fine. Fabian Schär, not really going to complain too much about him. Not worth thinking about going for right now unless you're running a full Newcastle team. But again, you're probably going to have this Kanate, and then you've probably already got VVD. So is he really going to replace anyone? Nobody on this page either. So we're looking at Thunderstruck now. All of these cards are going to be too expensive or not good enough. This Raiden is who I was really hoping for because she's one of few left mid inside forward players right now. With Explosive as the only Accelerate type. But wrong body type again, B tier body type. Finesse plus, but she's left-footed on the left side, which is annoying. And ball control and dribbling are just a little too low. Those don't get high enough for me. Card that can upgrade, Chelsea Women's Team, obviously great. So she can get +1, 2 additional playstyles, and some additional roll pluses. Maybe if she gets like a right-sided one or something. Saga SBC, if you're an Arsenal fan, this card is worth doing. If he had Tiki or Ping or Press Proven, one of those, I think this card would be someone I'd consider more. He does actually have a decent body type that's average and lean, same one as Rodrigo. But everything's just a bit too low. If his agility or balance were higher, and so you can max out those, give him maybe a marksman at least here. Looking at a little bit higher for these two, then he'd be great. I'm missing a little bit for the passing for me. The rest of these cards are fun. Like if you pack somebody, Gunde, Saliba. Karchawi is surprisingly cheap, although she didn't have the right playstyle layout either for me. Defending actually good, but I would want maybe another passing one. She is 5-star skill moves, I didn't realize that. So you could do Karchawi and, who was it, Van Leer? If you want a connection to her, because all of a sudden you've got 2 PSG 5-star skillers on the left side, although neither of them are the body type that I want. Nice little skill move. It might be one of the first 5-star skill move left packs we've got right now. Cheap, surprisingly cheap. Card that probably will upgrade, but not easy to link right now unless you've got full France. Nobody else here. Like, we're looking at a bunch of 10k cards. 10k all over. 26, 31, bunch of 10k. And then we jump, once again, EA, I have to criticize this every promo now. We almost entirely jump the 100 to 400k price range. We've got one at 160, and she's likely to go down. This is day 1 of the promo. Then we're jumping up to 400, and then we're 700k and plus. We've got a couple in the millions. We've got 2 at 700k. Just give us 2 or 3 cards that are in the just medium range. You know, you can bump one of these down a little bit. You can bump one of them up a little bit. Just so disappointing. Again, like, we're not likely to pack any of these cards, let's be real. But we're not packing these ones. We are not. Like, you can't even pack the 100k one. You can't even pack the 10k ones. But in the off chance you saved a bunch of packs and you get lucky with getting one of these, just give us the chance to get a 300k. I'm not asking for one of these to be in my packs. I'm really not. I am not. But I would like for one of these 2 to be in my packs at some point this year. Not every promo, but, you know, 1 or 2 times a month to be able to get one of these cards, and you just don't. You just don't. Maybe once a month you'll get, like, Arjawi, and that's it. Anyway, rant over. But once again, they're just messing up on the promo. They're not messing up on this. They're doing this on purpose, but I just wish they did any kind of adjustment on all of that. Again, you're not going to get any of these cards, really. This Smith card is worth a shout. That is Arsenal Woman's one of few advanced forward ++1s. If she gets the upgrades, 2 additional playstyles would be really nice. If she got at least 1 passing one, maybe like a tech minus or like tech and somebody in chat said one of the passing and the tech minus, so that'd be great. You could offer power and one of the passing ones maybe. But second best body type in the game after unique body type. 5-star weak foot, 4-star skills. 5-star weak foot, phenomenal with finesse plus. Again, one of few advanced forward ++ players in the game. Agility and balance a little low. I'd probably look at a finisher for her, which doesn't max out the dribbling as much as you would hope. But again, this could be +1. Could be +1s across the board. Decent passing for a striker. Decent enough physical. Worth a shout if you're considering, or you need like the links up top. Probably the only one. Like, Gattuso will do a better job than you think, but his body type sucks. Like, if you really need a defender, that's great. Barnes is also the wrong body type, a little too tall. Decent playstyle layout, but stats just a little low all around. Russian Keen, nobody's a really, that's a really low stat Keen card. Okelme, wrong body type, 6 foot, so ruins it. I would look at this card otherwise. And then also just low agility and balance do not help with that body type. The rest of it, I don't think there's any. This Kim Min-jae, I think it is. Missing maybe Anticipate. Intercept Plus is phenomenal though. 6'3" is great with aerial. Reaction's good. Composure really low. You would do a shadow, of course. Not bad at all. Almost max interceptions even without the stat, but then... No, never mind. He does have Anticipate. It's Anticipate he's missing. Excuse me, he doesn't have Intercept. It's Anticipate he's missing. But 99 for Stand and Slide, which is nice. Not at all a bad free card. Not at all. But probably not going to replace my son. I didn't realize we had a Foden. Okay, we had a late release. Oh, there was a Foden team this season that had Press Proven Plus last year. If he had that, then he's definitely someone I'm considering. I would consider. Phil Foden's unique body type is 3rd or 4th best body type in the game. It is Messi, Neymar, Messi, and then Foden or Dino, depending on which order and depending on how useful skill moves are in the game. Would be phenomenal, but I don't use right mid or right wing. Nothing at right mid. Some of the highest, like that 93 dribbling is some of the highest we have in the game. Only explosive, perfect body type. Tech Plus is good. That has to be a basic, because basic will give him almost perfect across the board for dribbling while maxing out. I mean, that's a good card. Pinged minus is nice to have. At least one decent passing. Finesse is great. Quick step's good. First tech. Maybe a trickster, maybe a press proven, and that's a card that could up. Well, it's Man City, so I guess they're not really looking to upgrade right now. Those are great. This is one of the cards I would actually get excited about if I did pack. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if they give him a right mid playstyle, then I'd consider more, but that's too expensive, so I just hope he's in one of my packs. Could be 92 with, they could give him like Travella, Relentless, maybe Power, maybe Tiki, something like that. Decent card. I did not know that one existed. Anyway, the ones we are, he's just too expensive. I don't think he's worth that price. Like, if he's 700k, maybe you can consider like replacing somebody, but this card right now is just, for that price, is he really going to replace Malin or someone like that? Probably not. Anyone else here I'm interested in? Dodo actually had a good card last year. That's just not enough. One of few right back, wing back in the game, if you need Brazil or Serie A, that's not bad. Dribbling's a little low. Look at the Guardian. It's all fine. Not enough playstyles for me. Chris Furyk. We're looking at winger. That sucks. Also, he pronounces his name wrong, but that's fine. Not the playstyles I'm looking for. Okay, beyond that, the big two people want me to talk about, Vinny, Cruyff, and nobody wants me to talk about Cavani. Zico, also great, actually, but wrong body type, so questionable. This Cruyff is so disappointing, if you ask me. So disappointing. Lean medium, that is average and lean body type. 3rd best body type in the game. You can make it mostly explosive, which is pretty good. Dribbling that's so low, man. Like these across the board, just so low. 80 stam you're gonna have a bit of a problem with. Cam Playmaker plus with Tiki plus is great. Incisive minus is good. Trickster for such is fine. Flare you don't care about. You don't need Flare and Tiki Taka because you've already got increased. Where did I say it? Using back heels. I don't know. It should be back heels with even greater accuracy, so like you don't need Flare. Tech minus would be nice. Finesse would be nice. Quick step or rapid, or I think what people are mainly complaining about, because that pace is just really low. You can get away with it. Like my Hamshik, I don't boost his pace, but for a card that doesn't have any strength, you want him to be able to get away from the opponent a little bit more, whereas Hamshik can just kind of hold the opponent off, just have press proven minus. Can't say I'm doing this card. I've got... Actually, give me a moment here. Got VVD RTTK. That is great. That is actually really nice. How much is that card right now? Obviously, like, he'll be your center back until April, probably. So that's phenomenal, yeah. Best center back in the game. Milo. Then you want the shooting one. On track to get top 2 of the group. That's true. Liverpool are the only undefeated team in the... I don't know if they're the only undefeated. They're the only team that haven't lost yet. Or, excuse me. They're the only team to win all of their games. There we go. I think Inter might still be undefeated. Yeah. 4 wins, 1 draw against City, and then no losses, but... That is true. Liverpool are incredibly likely. They played Madrid. Who else did they play? Was Leverkusen pot 1? No, they played Milan. Milan should have been pot 1 then. Bro, I didn't realize Liverpool had the hardest draw, and they're still undefeated. That is wild. They played Milan, Leipzig, Bologna, Leverkusen, and Madrid. So Leipzig being not a pot 1 team, and Leverkusen being not a pot 1 team, they've had not an easy schedule. It's Girona, Lille, and PSV next, so they are likely to win out. Yeah, he should get upgraded. One of very, very few, because they made that upgrade requirement only top 2, one of very few cards that will get upgraded. Saka will most likely, yeah, that's true. That is true. I would say that about Foden, but... City in the mud. Now, we're taking a look at compare here. Obviously, Cruyff being the only 5-star one here. And you might think, it's Cruyff. People say he's going to be better in game. I think I will try the loan just to see if he's got that jam to him, or if maybe his dribbling stats are a lie and he's just better than they're supposed to be. But for face card stats, this card being a mill, I already have Musiala. I've already got I've got all of these cards. Milo, Franciscoli, Musiala are all untradeable in my team. Fabio Carvalho's only 73k. The stat layout on all of these is so similar. And Cruyff actually, out of all of them, has the lowest dribbling. The second highest passing. Anyway, you can read these if you want. It's just not worth it, though. Like, I've got all of these other cams. Not to mention we're going to keep getting Evos. Like, this card might be in your team a week or two until you start looking at somebody else and going, oh, like, we might start getting 87 Evos or something. Or this card might get upgraded. Or you might pack somebody else in tradable that's, like, exactly... You're not going to pack somebody better than Cruyff, but you're going to pack somebody at his level, potentially. It's just such a disappointing card. I would rather this be a 2 million card, 2 million core in SBC and have it be, like, a 90 rated Cruyff. If we're looking at 90 dribbling, I might, like, consider. But 88 is just, again, like, lowest dribbling stat of all of them. It's Cruyff. You lower his dribbling that much anyway. I just don't think... Like, Tiki Taka Plus is one of my favorite playstyles. He's got decent playstyle layout otherwise. 5-star, 5-star. But these stats all look so low. Like, you give him a basic. We're not looking... That's not high enough dribbling for me. Hamstring's got better dribbling. Shooting is solidly mid-tier, pace is mid-tier, passing's mid-tier. You might want to just max out something like you do. Marksman to give him, or maybe finisher. Probably marksman still. Just to boost his, like, make him excellent at something, but then you're sacrificing somewhere else. So I just don't think he's worth it. Not worth a million. Like, this is, I know on the market, he would be, what are we thinking? He'd be a million on the market. That's like a 300k SBC if you ask me. It's only for the icon links and for the name. Vinny. If he was 92, I'm pretty sure I would do this card. If that was a 93 dribbling instead of a 92. As it is, I'm not expecting to do him. If I get a ridiculous amount of fodder, then I'll consider it. Rapid Plus, I just don't use. I don't get an open space like that. I just don't. If it was Advanced Forward Plus, I would definitely do him. Left mid, inside forward. He's one of few LM inside forward pluses. This one instead of that one. But again, we're looking like I'm gonna have that, and I know not everybody's going to get. That's not how you spell his name. That's also not how you spell his name. I know not everybody's gonna get this card, but we're looking okay. 90 dribbling versus Vinny's. Let's do a compare again. I know they play different positions. I can't use Felix at left mid. He doesn't have the roll plus. But if we're looking at just maximizing the dribbling, like 96 versus 97, and this is a free card. Felix, obviously a lot slower, but better passing, slightly better shooting, better physical. If you're looking to play Vinny left wing, then like you've got another card in Felix there. If he can do that one. Otherwise, I think, again, we've got just other cards in the game. His rare gold is now pretty cheap. Like, that's pretty accessible for a lot of people, I think. Again, just one additional Advanced Forward plus higher dribbling, or one more 92 instead of 91, one more dribbling. But as it is, either doing a marksman. His attack position is low, though. You might think marksman to get his dribbling up as high as it can. He'll obviously be one of the best dribblers in the game. By the time you actually complete this SBC, are we going to have better cards than that? Or, you know, are you looking at doing... Like, I've already got so many players on my team. If I look to get Vinny and Rodrigo in, yes, it would be an improvement. But then I'm muscling out the cards I'm already, like... You gotta make a trade-off somewhere, I guess. I don't know. He's fine. If you do him, absolutely no complaints. Like, he will last in your team probably 2 months, I'd say. Absolutely nothing wrong with doing him. I get if you're excited. Perfectly fine. He's just missing that one or two things to make me do him, so I'm not looking at him at the moment. Anyway, that's been long enough, I think. Just for me to say, really not looking at any of these cards. I'm disappointed by every single one of them. As you might expect, it's me. Let's get into the packs and see if I get any of them, and then we'll see if my reactions change. Okay, that was still longer than I wanted, but a little bit better than the, like, 50 minutes I spent last time. Thank you all for bearing with me. And, hopefully you're excited for some packs. I have a ridiculous number, as well as the 2 player picks. Type in chat if you're ready. Oh look, I moved to packs and the viewership goes up. What a surprise. I know this is Bohemian's favorite part of the stream. Time to pack that Foden. Tell me about it. Don't tell me about it. Let's hope for it. If I got Foden, though, I'd have to go back to my 4-3-3. I would have to. Start the pack party. That's one way to put it. I'm going to get Zidane, and then I'm going to complain about it because he's really high dribbling and really bad dribbling in the game. Or Jairzinho. Like, I'm waiting for the day I get Jairzinho or Rashford or Valverde and everybody starts losing their mind and I go, yeah, I don't know if this card makes my bench. I'm waiting for the day because that's going to be really funny. Alright, we will have the tradable... Okay, we'll have a bad player pick first. But we'll have the tradable 85 plus player pick from Rivals. I haven't learned the buttons for this yet. Get that one out of here. Okay, start with the first one. I've gotten a lot of luck in the last two with this. I got Inform Salah 2 weeks ago and Inform CR7 last week, so we are hoping for something big. That's a special card. I didn't even know these cards were in packs, man. Are you kidding me? He can't be worth that much, but like already I can't complain. He can't be worth that much. That's something. That's a way I could phrase it. Oh, he's 22k, never mind. I was really excited for a moment. Anyway. Yeah, can't complain, but not high value. What about Teal? What are the chances she's more expensive? She is not. There are no chances. Hello, Julian. He's expected to... Well, actually, I don't know what the... Wide playmaker, right, man? Half winger can't. Yeah, no, I just can't. It's the wrong place out. Or wrong Was League Mat? No, it's Champions League. They just call it League. One additional roll plus score. So we should have already had the one upgrade then, and then finish top two. We're fourth. Dortmund is fourth, but are we likely to finish top two? I'd still probably say no. Okay, well, not quite sure how to feel about that one. Pick number 2, Johnny Ta to start. Macabre. Hecatike. Promo cards from each. Okay. Hecatike's got to be more value than Gunnawan, you'd have to think. I mean, Frankfurt are doing decently, but this card's just so low overall. Does he have a roll plus? Advance forward plus. I'm not going to use him. He's 6'2". You can't expect me to use him. Well, honestly, not quite sure how to feel about that, but low value, decent for the excitement at least. So we'll scroll through with all the packs we have right now. Actually, there's just so many of these, so hopefully we've got a chance to get something from them. Chat. Does active Team of the Week squad include best of Team of the Week? Or is this only... What is the Team of the Week right now? Mateo, Shaqiri, Patrick Schick, Madison, Paredes, Di Lorenzo. Because if it's that Team of the Week, the only one that... Oh, even Cunha is only 36k. And you can upgrade him too. 36, man. That was a decent card, honestly. Finesse plus, only 4 playstyles, though. He's averaging lean, but he's 6 foot. Playmaker plus. Anyway. If it's the current Team of the Week, it's not worth it. If it's the best of, then obviously it's worth it. Yeah, I know you're excited, Bohemian, but you can't expect me to use them. I don't use half winger plus on my cam. Or wide playmaker right mid. Union Berlin. I didn't know they had a yellow kit. Three managers. How exciting. Hello, Mukiele. Whoops. Not a Bayern fan. Let's do, just wait until, I'm thinking about maybe doing a watch along on Sunday, so obviously I can't restream the broadcast, but if you want to watch and then listen to me, then we can consider doing that. But if we do a watch along, then just wait, because you'll change your opinion really quickly. I'm a Brandt hater though. He's no Marco Reus. I'm not a Brandt fan. Brandt's good in... I pronounce his name like 3 different ways each time, by the way. Brandt is good in transition. I don't like him in any other phase. Dortmund, I think, are a transitional team right now, and Sahin's trying to adjust us to a possession-based team, and I don't think it's... I think it's the right decision overall. I want us to be possession eventually. Force everyone into a low block, and then be able to beat low blocks. But we just can't right now. We're better on counterattacks. Like, I don't know how you want to turn Adeyemi, Gittins, Duranville, Malin into players that hold the width and then do nice little short passing plays and all that. Oh, it's an inform. I thought that thought the tunnel there looked like a special card, maybe. To the poor viewer in chat who said you packed 0 special cards on yours, well, I've already gotten 2, 3 if you count the inform, but those player picks are probably the most exciting pack this year. Bohemian, if you want proof that I'm a Dortmund fan, I will discard Kim and Yai when I get him if you want me to. See, the problem is I already have all of these cards. Gonna have to go look to do those 82-14s and all that. Okay. Max, oh, I didn't know there was a max 90 icon. That's not worth it. Campaign player pick. Road to the knockout, total rush for Trailblazers. Probably worth it. 84 on a team of the week. What do you think about Cruyff? Too expensive. No good thoughts about him, unfortunately. If you do him, you're hoping for the concept where they just buff icons by default. Like, people say he will get the jam for you, right? Just because he's Cruyff, they program those cards different. But beyond that, just far, far too expensive. Not somebody I'm looking to do. His stats are so... he's got 88 dribbling. If he had 90... If he just had 90, I would consider. But as it is... Wait, hold on. Wait. What do you mean I only have... Huh? I only have 6 rare gold goalkeepers in my club? That seems weird. Wait, I've got 2 out of... Okay, I must still... I'm in SBC Sword. Okay. I thought I got out of that menu and I didn't. I was gonna say, though... That's more like... I know I've got more goalies than that. What the heck? I think icons play, and that's the thing. Bohemian recommended I try out that loan, and that's the question. What am I doing? Because if that loan plays well, then, you know, it's a different story. But he obviously, like, I'm pretty positive he will play above his stats. I still don't think it's going to be worth $1 million. I've already got Milo, I've got Hamsik, and I've got Musiala, who can all also play cam. Their stats are all about the same, and those 3 are already untradeable, and all of them have better dribbling than Cruyff. Cruyff's the only 5-star 5-star, and one of the better body types there. But I've already got some, like, if you don't have a cam right now, or if you need icon cam, that's one thing. But for me, I just don't think it's worth it. Again, understandable if you don't have 3 good cams in your team already, though. See me cook with Big Harry up top. Banned. You gotta stop being a fan of the Bundesliga. You gotta start getting, like a favorite team from the Bundes and then hate on everybody else like I do. Because you think normally when you like, if you're a fan of a league and then those teams end up in European competition, and you're like, I want all teams from this league to do well. I don't. I want no team from Bundes to do well in Europe except for Dortmund. I need all 82s. And I don't have as many 82s as I would have thought. Alright, campaign mixed player pick. This was Total Rush, Trailblazer, and RTTK. Let's go ahead and find out. That's horrible. That is better rating. 4-4 controlled. Advanced forward plus, but playstyle layout, no playstyle plus, all of that stuff, so. Can't complain on rating. She's got 97 jumping. Wow. But disappointment over, yeah, no. Decent SPC fodder at some point, but not what you're hoping for. See how final, yeah. I don't have to remind you, but Marco Royce coming on the field and then Maatsen giving the ball away 2 minutes later. People were like, Vinny should get Ballon d'Or because he scored in the Champions League final. He had... Stop there. It's not worth it. Not worth it. Rare mixed players pack. That's not actually that bad. Where's that, Max 87 icon, wow. Where's that 8214 everybody talked about? Is that not here? There it is. Okay. Alright, I guess you're right, Bohemian. I should go do the, Harry Kane POTM. Celtic fan, you remember when Paul Lambert played for Dortmund? That, unfortunately, is beyond my, or before my time. That is one thing I'm bad at, is Dortmund history. Player quality bronze, never mind. I can read. Oh, it automatically goes to bronze? And hey, that's nice. I didn't know it actually did that. But now it won't. Now it will. No, it's on low to high, that's why. Okay, never mind. EA's not that clever. In the 90s, you've shown your age. I've shown my youth, which isn't better for footy knowledge. So let's be clear on that. Team of the week 183. It's a little pricey, but I've heard good things about this pack. Come on, let me put Dusan Tadic in twice. Come on, game. This pack is actually surprisingly... That's why everybody wants me to do this. This is worth it. Because you're going to get a couple 82s, but you're going to get probably mostly 83s and up, so to give a full team of 83s makes sense. It's just the inform that's a sink, but if you bump an 83 untradeable inform, which I've got so many informs by the way, but if you bump one of these up to like an 87 or something from that pack, then it's entirely worth it. I was wondering why this pack came so recommended. I assumed it would have been 2 squads instead of just 1. Well, you lot are catching the downside of the live stream, because again, this will all be a YouTube video, but yeah, on the video you can skip through me doing SBCs, on the live stream you can't. This pack is inform generate, that's fair. That's not really surprising either. I've never had a year where I've had so many informs, by the way, and I've got like 6 inform packs in the club just sitting there, so at least they fixed informs being hard to come by. Let me put Laporte in twice, and Gilles in twice. Gilles. Oh, not center backs. What do you think Klopp will manage next? I really don't know. Why is it... I'm still in that tab. I want this tab. So we were hoping he would consider Dortmund at some time. I think he obviously wants his break, and he didn't want to get in the way of Sahin's development. The fact that he's gone to Leipzig makes him less likely to be a Dortmund manager again without causing some problems. Management will not care. Management doesn't necessarily listen to the fans right now as it is. It depends on when Watzke steps down, if Rick and Kel, I forget the other guy's name. There's somebody else right now. Depends if the adjustment to our structure is going to give us a greater ability to listen to fans or anything like that. If they listen to fans, Klopp probably won't come back. If they don't, then he could if Sahin steps away, but it's going to have to be however long it is until Klopp wants to step back in the game. You can't really imagine a guy like that staying away forever. I don't think he'd do the Prem. We were hoping he wouldn't do the Bundesliga. Like, a guy like that you think is principled enough? I guess that's not fair, because he did Mainz, and then he did Dortmund, so it's not the same. But you would think he wouldn't at least do a direct rival. You wouldn't think he'd go Liverpool to United, Liverpool to City, Liverpool to Arsenal. You think he'd do a Aston Villa, West Ham, Brighton kind of thing. Or consider doing, I don't think he'd do like Barca or Madrid. I think those would be too high stress. So he might do a Atletico Madrid, Atalanta. Excuse me. But like, we'd love to, in a way, we'd love to have him back at Dortmund. But the whole Leipzig thing throws a wrench in it. I don't know how I'd feel about him coming back as it is. Which is kind of awful to say, but it's hard to get over that feeling of we've been done wrong. You think of a guy like that doing Dortmund, doing Liverpool, doing some of the, like, standout traditional clubs in the world, and then going to the one that's 10 years old and changed their name and nobody likes and all that stuff, so. It's harder when you thought he already was principled. We are going to take a look at these 8214s from that one SBC, find out if these are worth it. That is not looking worth it so far. I mean, it's worth it in a way because I got rid of some of my fodder, even though these are basically all duplicates again. But like, you gave up a bunch of 83s, 2 82s, and an inform, and you got back an 85 and some, you know. It's not like you're losing out with this pack much. That's at least a walkout. And it's a goalie. And I don't know who this is. I still don't know who this is. Oh, Earps left United Women's and went to PSG. I didn't know that. Wow, that's disappointing. And all the duplicates again. One more. 82-14. Not a walkout. Was that an inform? It's not worth it. Well, those are all disappointing. That's fine. Oh, they're all just right back to filling up my duplicate storage. Clapping Italian football would be interesting. I want to say off the back of it, it'd be a little less stressful, but also the Italians are pretty serious about their football, so it's not like that's necessarily true. Of course they put the 30 coin and the 10 coin at the end of all the other packs, because they want you to scroll past them to see them. Those aren't worth it. It's a waste of 10 coins. I wonder if this helps their metrics. I wonder if these exist because EA gets to say, look how many packs we're selling. That also looks like an inform to me. Wow. That's a whole lot of duplicates again. Maybe I should do Vinny, just because my club is too full otherwise. Alright. Tradable Mega Pack. One of the worst packs in the game for me, consistently. Once again, absolutely nothing. I wish they replaced this pack with just about anything else for rivals. But yeah, none of this. Absolutely, yeah, none of it. Okay, anyway. What should we do next? Maybe that 75... The 75-50 tradable, I think. Also been a bad pack this year. That's a walkout at least. CDM. Swiss. That is Granite Xhaka. Anybody else? I'm going to guess no. An inform. It's 2 informs. Xhaka, Tonali. Nothing to write home about. It's like I've had ones of this that are worse. This is still bad. Oh well. How is fodder looking, chat? Because obviously we're getting a big influx of cards, but also there's SBCs to put them in. Alright, we're bumping it up to 75-75. This is untradeable. It's a promo. Left mid, German. Furich? Chris, maybe I should just call him. He's linked with Dortmund, and I hope he doesn't go to Dortmund. Well, Hey, at least I got a promo card. Oh, wow, that's bad. That is, yeah, not looking good. All right. At least a promo. Leaves me with a bunch of 84s, which are probably worth. Okay, you want Chris Furich. I do not want him. You can have him. '83, '82, '82, and 2 Team of the Weeks. I mean, hey. I'm not going to use him, but he's actually not necessarily a bad card to have on the bench because of, he can be left back and center back. There's not a lot of cards that can do that. I know you would take him. You're not running a full-on tradable team, are you? You're allowed to purchase. I guess that's the nice thing about doing your thing, is at least it's like, well, I got somebody really bad, but it's Bundesliga, so I can theoretically use them. Although I guess a lot of packs you can't use them. That'd be too painful. Yeah, all untradeable. That's fair. '88, '86, '86, '82, '90. When we win. This is all 82s. Should actually probably do another 82 and then save the 82 and form do an 81 instead. I'll need to get rid of the low rated informs anyway at some point. Evoed 300k. Oh, that's 300k lost, my man. Playing Weekend League, you got a 5-0. Any luck in the packs? I've gotten a lot of promos, but all of the promos have been 10k. I got bronze RTTK tradable, and I'm like, oh, that's an 89 RTTK. Like, with a decent stat layout and he's 22k. So, chat, did we have an answer on... It moved. Did we have an answer on the Team of the Week packs? Is that just the active squad, or is that actually going to include the best of? But no, Vest, you have not actually missed anything. But we've had flashes to get excited about. And it's the worst when you don't even get the animation for it. Got Barnes and Rush. Are they tradable or untradable for you? Gives me 23 more. Played Hacker, he was up 14-0. He rage quitted. Well, that's impressive. +player pick. What's the price on something like this? That's an 84 team. 84 plus player pick is in also 84 team. 85, 83, 81 team of the week. I feel like I should just craft a couple of these. Div Packs something good, even though there's no good players to dribble the way I want. Foden. Foden would be... Foden is about it. Bug on my screen. Get away. This is one of my least favorite things about this game. I hate management. I don't like that to be a good player on this game, you should be good at the menus. I hate the time I spend here. You know how much time I spend in-game. I want to... Yeah, I didn't see... There was a later release. So, like, they released Valverde, Foden, and somebody else. They weren't part of the original, like... 15 cards or whatever, so we've got like 18 now or something like that. Or maybe it was 12 at first and now it's 15, but anyway. I don't know, I just find this aspect of the game so annoying. Like, I understand why EA limits the duplicate storage to only 100. And doesn't give you, like, infinite duplicate storage. But if there was infinite duplicate storage, I would just have, like, 2,000 cards in there right now, you know? One of the few players that don't want menu content. This is true. Most people like not being in the game. But if I had... This is why I want... Because they force you to menu content. Because they want you to remember that packs are always just a couple menus away. But if I could sacrifice menu content for getting more things in game, I would. So like this is all, it's the small accrue. I don't mind big menu content. Like as much as I hate spending 2 hours not crafting, as much as I hate spending 2 hours in the menus doing Vinny, I know that whole time is progressing towards a card that I would use for a while. I hate the slowly, like, turning 80s into 81s and 81s into 82s and 82s and 83. I hate it. It just takes forever. So if I could sacrifice the benefits I would make in the menu by just playing the game, if those rewards would come from, you know, the old division system from, like, before FIFA 17, if they would come from foot draft, if they would come from not necessarily friendlies, but like friendlies is barely above menu content for me, but it is above. This takes so long. I can't complain at all about an 86, but this menu takes so long. Sometimes just want to queue for 500. Yeah, I've done that. I've like queued rivals a bunch when there's literally nothing to do. Menu stuff is the most boring. Yeah. Hey, I've got a chat that all agrees with me, so that's always nice. Because I'm about to... My duplicate storage is full. And I'm about to open a pack with 100 players. So here's the thing. My duplicate storage is full, and I'm about to open an untradeable pack with 100 additional players on top of my 100 that are just sitting there. That looks like an inform. Sadio Mane. Hey, maybe he'll upgrade at some point. His body type is fine, but I think it's just too hard to link, and he's got the wrong playstyles, and there's Orsolini. Not exciting. If I could sell him. So two things. If you're somebody watching this who doesn't normally watch me, that's a lot of informs. If you're somebody watching this who doesn't normally watch me, you might think, a really good card here. I already own this guy. He doesn't show up as untradeable, or he doesn't show up as a duplicate because this one has an Evo on him. That's really funny. I could put the new one into the passing one, but I don't use left wing. He's only got inside forward at left wing, right wing, which is why I'm not using him at the moment. Where'd he go? Wait, huh? Okay, I'm confused now. Did I do something? Because he's just not here. Bro. I didn't quick sell him and just him. I'm gonna back out, hold on. Chat, you didn't see something. You didn't see something there that I didn't see, right? He just ended up not being there. It's only showing 50 at once, but it was a pack of 100 players. Okay, I think what's happening is... I don't know why he showed up at first and then isn't showing up anymore. I replaced him with somebody else. But this was a pack of 100 players and it's only showing 50. So it must be that it can only show 50 at a time or something like that. So if I actually... That's weird. It did 2 actions at the same time. If I back out from here, so that was 43. If I move back in, does it replace up to 50? It's back to 50, so it filled with more. Still not Rafinha again. So I don't know why it showed him first and then disappeared. It's not like he turned into a duplicate after that, but okay, let me get rid of some of these and we'll see if it shows him again. Maybe you sent him to club. But the other guys were all there. You can't just sell one guy. You can't just send one guy. Yeah, he's not here either. Oh, he's 5-star. I didn't realize that. Now Travella Plus, that's why you want him. Now everything makes sense. 5-star Travella Plus. Well, he could fit into one of the Evos. Maybe like that shooting Evo would do him good, but I'm still not looking at him. You dreamed him, I'm pretty sure. Back on the VOD didn't sell. No, strange. Very, very, very strange. Let's do Cruyff loan, because people will complain if I don't. He's not... This is not worth an 83. I hate that the loan is 83 rated. But then again, I guess it means I come up against some less in champs. This is such a waste of 83s, but it's not like I'm using them for anything else. Excuse me. Why does it Q2, but I just pressed R2 once and it does it twice again. Well, there's an additional inform we didn't have at first. Or maybe, no, I saw her and she also disappeared, I swear. Bro. Do we have any other low rated 83 plus? Is that an 83 rated team? That is. That's untradeable. I wish we had more tradable. I would do more SBCs if we had tradable ones, but it's just turning untradables into other untradables. It's like I've already got. Anyway. How many of these can I do? Because if it's only a couple, that's going to be annoying again, but... I know it's only 6 needed, but it's probably worth just giving all 8. 8 is repeatable, okay. Maybe I just put everything under 81 rated into this or something like that. Dude, EA is trying to gaslight me right now, though. If the stream makes enough money and I can afford to do something like this, can I pay one of you to do my menu content? Because again, I don't have time enough to like do this off stream, but I hate doing this. Like, how am I supposed to make content while I'm just in a menu? Like, I'm supposed to be engaging and chat with you all and like, oh, look at me, I'm doing these menus so good. Look at me select Jan Cuoto instead of David Neres because maybe I want this card. No, I don't know, man. I'm gonna lose my mind if I stare at these screens too long. The idea would be hopefully like the VOD is nice enough for, because people gave me like massive compliments on my voice a little while ago. If people like my voice, if it's nice enough to fall asleep to or whatever. But again, I've got nothing to talk about. How did I miss one? Who's your favorite up-and-coming Wonder Kid, chat? That isn't Lamine Yamal, because that's cheating. Or Endrick, because I think that's also cheating. Because for me, it's Julian Duranville, with no question about it, but... hopefully the kid can stay healthy. And who of the current cycle of circle of players, when they retire, will you be most upset about? Like a Salah, KDB. Who else is there right now? I think Endrick is going to blow up. I don't see him at Madrid. That's the question. Like, he's fine as a counter-attacking 9 or like a... But that's the thing. I think he's good on transition. And all of Real Madrid is good on transition. Like, Mbappe's best with space. Vinny's best probably with space. He doesn't need, like, a lot of space, but you want him a little isolated on just, like, against the fullback and use his pace to get by rather than, like, forcing. I don't think Madrid's great at, like, breaking down low blocks right now. So they really don't have the crosses. Like, it's really just Bellingham that you can have any physicality with, or any tight space ability for passing, at least. Mbappe's got passing, but, like, it's not to foot enough, you know? Like, he'll make the 5-yard pass in a box, but they're not scoring from those passes, you know? It's either predictable enough or anything, but Messi and Ronaldo is fair. I've kind of forgot they both were playing. But yeah, of course. We got Cruyff. He was hidden in this pack. Kidding. There's Rafinha chat. We're fine. We're fine. He's back. Very, very strange, though. I didn't really look through this menu. He's Shadow Striker ++. That's interesting. Anyway. I'm not the biggest Ronaldo fan, although I do my best to get over my kind of bias over which type of player I prefer. Because it's more an aesthetics thing than anything. Like, stats-wise, I think Messi clears, but beyond that, like, they're both phenomenal footballers, and I'm not going to diss anybody for having a preference between the two or anything. Like, if Ronaldo's what got you out of your seat to watch games or whatever, it's totally fine. To me, it's just I prefer my shorter players to my taller ones, and then, like, playmaking and all that. But also, I hate both of their fan bases, but I hate CR7's more. It's just, like, more toxic masculinity stuff. You look at Ronaldo fans online, and they're all, like, I don't know. I really shouldn't let, like, a player's fan base determine anything about their legacy. But it's hard when everything's online now. Is there a third Timber? Are you also related to Julian? Or no? I'm losing my mind now. Hold on. No, he is the other one. He just changed teams to Feyenoord. Antonio Nusa. Not on FIFA. I do not know this guy. Norwegian for Leipzig. I've only seen one Leipzig game this year, and I don't think he played against us, so I've got no comment on that. Retirement Neymar, that's fair. I will also miss Neymar. Disappointed that so many of his best years were spent at PSG, which is a league I just did not watch, but definitely one of the players that were most likely to make me actually watch a game every once in a while. Obviously a little bit underachieved with Brazil, but, like, achievements aside, top footballer, no question. Top 5 of all time, I think, for me. Because he's one of those players, like, legacy-wise and everything, he's just... Nobody's like him. Like, you're thinking his name means... He didn't change football the way these guys did, but you're thinking, like... Neymar did for football what kind of Dino, Cruyff, Pele did, man. I wish he stayed at Barca, dude. Same. How did I answer that? As players tend to move clubs more often. I agree with that. Like, Holland... I don't... Excuse me, punch my own glasses. City dislike aside, just the sporting aspect, we're not talking about, you know, City's ethical money spending, ruining football, all that stuff, which is totally fine to talk about. If we're just talking sporting, it's like Haaland's legacy, if he stayed, like they're talking about Erling Haaland going to Barca. And as much as like if he ever decided to come back to Dortmund or anything like that, that's great, stats aside and all of that. But if he goes from, it's kind of that like, I don't know how big the difference is between the two, but because Ronaldo spent so much of his time at United, at Al Nassr where he is now, at Sporting, it's not fair because he, you know, not everybody gets to be a one club wonder like Messi. But because Ronaldo spent like half the time in La Liga that Messi did, Messi's La Liga stats have to be so much higher. I don't know by how much, but like he's got to have 300 extra La Liga goals over Ronaldo or something like that, right? Whereas if Ronaldo stayed at Madrid longer, you get that rivalry longer, you get a closer butting up of their stats and all that. Now, players are absolutely free to move. It's like if things aren't working out at your club, please go, you know, find something better. Expand yourself as a human being, learn new horizons, learn a new language, new culture, whatever. I just mean for like, it's the rivalries that form, you know? It's the concept of KDB versus Odegaard. It's the idea of Royce versus Muller or whoever. It's the idea of seeing the legacies of them against each other and really being able to compare. Royce at Dortmund, yeah. Completely inseparable. Even though he spent like a year at Gladbach and he's at FC Gatton, no, he's Dortmund to the core, man. I hope he never comes back and coaches us though, because he's not going to make a good coach. But if he wants to be like a trainer or youth development or something, absolutely, man, please come back. Neymar proved a lot of the stat merchants wrong. They called me a YouTube player, and he absolutely, like, he was part of the best strike partnership in Europe and did in the Champions League and all that. The thing with Neymar is, as Iker says, one of the biggest wasted talents. If he did anything with the Brazil national team, and I know he got injured, obviously was it Colombia, I think? 2014 World Cup. He gets just like pounced on his back. The big thing about Neymar for me, I think, is it's really nice to have a dribbler stand out in a game that dribbling is disappearing from. If you watch Doku, one of the better dribbler, I don't know, I haven't seen City much this year. He is their top scorer. I just mean achievement-wise. Because the thing that was keeping Messi from being like undisputable-ish GOAT of all time was international success. And then he got a Copa, and then he got a World Cup, and then I think he got another Copa. Not necessarily the best player at any of those competitions, but it's just having the team around you. Which is the thing I don't like about international competition, bearing so much weight. Like, I don't weigh international that heavy. For me, it's more about, like, my Ballon d'Or requirements are, like, are you enjoyable overall? Like, a good personality, not detrimental to the game, you know? Be a good advocate, be a good leader for the sport in general. You don't have to be a perfect person, but don't be too much of a diva. Don't be, like, you know... Don't be doing fist fights with people. That's why I never liked Suarez, the whole biting thing. But, like, for me, it's international success is like tier 6 or something. It's like individual stats and team stats are kind of up at the top. Like there has to be some accomplishment, but like beyond, really close to that, just below is like style of play. Are you playing something unique? Do you have skills that most people don't? The thing about Messi is you think like if you build your perfect player, like it's not just, you think Ronaldo, one of the best. He doesn't score a lot of skill runs. He's really powerful with his runs, and he's one of the best skillers, but he's not one of the best, like, dribblers with it, you would say. It's not like he beats a ton of players often, and sometimes even struggles to beat his man, but, like, he'll dribble past somebody, but not by somebody. So, like, Ronaldo, tough to rate him as a dribbler compared to your Hazards, your Neymars, your Messis. But, like, one of the best long shots, not free kicks. Obviously, pen merchant, you can say. But like power, long shots, heading, positioning, ball striking ability, free kicks aside, like he's the best in a circle of categories, but not the best in many at once, is what I would say. And then you look at Messi and it's like, well, Messi's got Ozil's playmaking ability, and he's got Hazard's dribbling, but better. Like, Hazard's the second, which is kind of wild because Hazard's career wasn't one of the longest ones, but Hazard has, like, the second most dribbles completed with, like, 1,300 dribbles. Second to Messi, who's the most, with 1,900 dribbles, which is a massive gap. Depends on how dribbles are calculated, so don't put too much pressure into that. But, like, Messi, undisputable best dribbler of all time. Not skiller, obviously, but, like, has to be best dribbler. Best playmaker. He was a really, really good presser until his hamstring injury in 2011. So, like, there wasn't that adjustment there. But, like, he was good off the ball. Not good defensively, but good for the team. And then he moves into his walking phase, but people complain about him walking a lot, which is obviously, like, it's a detriment, of course, you can say. Maybe aesthetically you don't like it or whatever, you think he doesn't do enough for the team. But he has to save his body because he plays 70 games a year and he's 5'7", and he's like flying from Spain to Argentina every 3 months, flying all over Europe. Like, bro, if you're playing, what was he like 91 goals in 69 games? Was that 2011 season or whatever? Like, most goals ever scored in a calendar year or in a season or whatever it is. Bro, that's 69 games, dude. Of course he's going to walk on the field. Anyway. But, like, the thing about it is just Messi is the best in playmaking and dribbling and, like, one of the top in long shots, probably best finisher of all time. Passing, great. Off-the-ball positioning, great. Ability to connect the team, great. Runs being made off of him, great. You think about Messi, you also think about Dani Alves, you think about Iniesta, like the triangles or the repeated patterns of play, like top 1 to top 3 in Europe for like every category. There was a time when Jadon Sancho was like the closest player in Europe to Messi in a couple categories, where he's like the closest to Messi in like passes from outside the box to inside the box, or closest to Messi in like dribbles completed or number of dribbles attempted, or closest to Messi in positional like key areas he takes on the field. That's similar, like left wing, right wing role, depending on where he was. Obviously, if he's on the left side, flipping the map over to the right side. But you're thinking like Jadon, really close to Messi in a couple categories. And then like massively far away from Messi in terms of finishing, in terms of set pieces, in terms of shots from outside the box. Like, it's just not... You can't hold all... Yeah, he's unhuman. You can't hold all of it. I miss Quaresma as well. I wish we had a Quaresma, like, hero in FIFA. God, that'd be a fun card. Travella Plus for Bohemian. Anyway, that's enough waffling about football, I think. Let me go back to SBCs. Thank you all for listening to my ramble. If Neymar had the professionalism near 07, I would agree. It also really depends, like, if he trained more, would his body have picked up less injuries? Oh, what I was saying originally was like, you know, international success is not the biggest for me because it's really dependent on just like the turmoil of the national team. Do you have the right crop of players coming through at the right time? Do you have the right coach? But like team success, individual stats, individual play, individual attitude are all really important, and then international just below that because it's so hard to rank somebody. I know like you will never be able to say Pele isn't great because of what he achieved with the national team, but like you can rate like that makes him great, absolutely no question. It doesn't make other players not great. You know what I mean? Like just because Pele had undisputable like 3 World Cups or whatever and performances in all of them, to me does not mean that just because most players aren't going to accomplish that, it should be held against them too much. And let's be honest, Brazil was absurd back then. All of national football is different now. That sorry, I'm talking a lot and then my voice is bothering me. That's what we were talking about, because I brought up Doku and somebody said Doku's Aaron Lennon of Belgium. Bro, Malen is... I would sell Malen and Sean for free from Dortmund. I don't want them in my club anymore, man. Neymar, last of a dying breed for dribblers. That's a massive... It's like Julian Duranville, as I mentioned, my up-and-coming wonder kid. Phenomenal dribbler. It's 17, 18. I think he's 18 now. Looks so exciting. He's going to grow up in a world where he's told to hold the width, to stay on the touchline, and to beat his left back and get a cross in. Because statistically, that's what grants the most XG. Or beat your one fullback, cut inside and shoot. He's going to grow up in a world where nobody beats your man anymore. Not only have we lost the winger, we've lost the Hazard, we've lost the Malen, we've lost the Quaresma, we've lost the Neymar. We've lost the Quaresma, we've lost... Like, Bale would still have a place in our current league, or our current system. So would Robin, but Ribéry not so much. Ousmane Dembele, like, has no success, because it's just not working. He's just not good enough at being that dribbler, I think. Who else are the top dribblers I'm forgetting? Like, same with Doku. Like, Doku could be a Neymar. I'm not saying he is. Just saying, like, he could try to accomplish some of what Neymar did. He's not allowed to. He's supposed to hold the width. He's supposed to let the fullback invert, because fullbacks inverting is more defensively solid to block counterattacks now, rather than your inside forwards, the ones you think would actually be better at shooting and everything, would be in your actual half spaces getting shots on target. Nope, you want the fullbacks there now. I hate it. I'm watching Dortmund, and it's working phenomenally well for us, but I'm watching Ben Sebaini get into the spaces where I want Gittins to be, and I'm like, it's great, because, like, he's had 5 goal contributions this season or something, Ben Sebaini, like, 3 assists, 2 goals or something. His passing's better than Gittins, but aesthetically, I just want Gittins there. I want the dribble. I'd rather Ben Sebaini overlap, man. But Bense is one of our few abilities to break down a low block right now, because then you get Bense. You launch a ball over the top to him on the opposing fullback, and Bensebaini's 6'2". He's gonna beat most fullbacks in the air. Anthony lost his skilling, took a knee injured. Yeah. I miss the Antony profile, because you used to be able to put a player who's good at dribbling and not much else on your team, because there's a benefit, like, there's a reason dribbling is kind of the hardest thing to do in football, and it will always be successful, but as teams get more pressing oriented, we start moving to Conor Gallagher's, who are phenomenal athletes. Nothing can take that away from them. Like, he's physically just like, he could probably do like track sports or distance running or something. But technically, I'd just rather have a Adulterabd, a Moussa Dembele, a Marco Verratti, one of those player profiles there instead of Conor Gallagher. But no, it's a pressing game. It's a tactical game. It's how well can you listen to the coach and implement those? How many kilometers can you run per match? What about Maxi Bayer? Bayer has played a couple roles for us. His Garassi's been a bit injured and stuff. He's been up top a couple times. He is a little more of an inside forward if he plays the right side for us. He starts wide, but he ends closer to net because of his... Also partially because of his aerial ability or just general, like, link-up play, being a little stronger than Gittins. Just hold the ball up and all of that. The other difference is Bensebaini's profile allows him to invert, whereas on the far side, at right back, we don't have somebody you want inverting. So it ends up being like Gittins, Bense, let's say Garassi, and Bayer. Or Gittins, Bensebaini, Garassi, Bayer, right back. Yeah, and Kuoto, one of, I think maybe the most successful dribbles completed last year with Girona, when we actually integrate Kuoto more into the team, which I really hope we do. Kuoto you want on the wing, getting past his man. On the outside, you don't really want him in inside tight spaces. And Rierson, actually we're using Rierson holding the depth. We're not getting him... We're almost using 3 center backs in build up. It'll be Schlotterbeck, Anton, and Rierson. Because his technical profile, it's really bad. You don't want him sending in crosses. He's good at running. He's not great at much else. So we're holding him deeper in build up, and that lets sometimes Gross hold the width on that side. You just have Pascal Gross sending the crosses in. Where was I going with that? Anyway, I like Bayer. Bayer is exciting. He's a player for the future for us. He's also a player for the now. We've got some interesting player profiles with Gittins, Duranville, Bayer, Malin, Adeyemi all competing for 2, maybe 3 spots. I want to see Bayer instead of Bronze a couple times this year because Bronze just going to play too many minutes. We need a replacement for him. So it could be interesting trying... Bayer, Garassi up top and do kind of a 2 or kind of a 4-4-1-1, maybe a 4-4-2. But Bayer is exciting because he can be kind of center forward, striker, right side, left side. Bayer is my 3rd favorite forward for Dortmund. You might expect I'd like Gittins and Duranville as our 5'9", 5'10", kind of dribbly boys, followed by Bayer because he's got more things he can do, followed by Adeyemi, followed by Malin, followed by Adeyemi, followed by Kuoto, followed by Malin. I'd rather us play our right back at right wing over Malin, man. It's an 85, but these are so disappointing. I mean, it's 81 too, so it's not like I should have expected anything else, but for turning 8 players into these, this is not worth it. Chat, I still haven't had an answer on the Team of the Weeks. Okay, well that was a ton, like an absolute ton of SBC fodder as I turned all of the duplicates into other packs, which took forever. I've been here like 3 hours, help me. I hate menu content. Just to get absolutely nothing in any of those, so we're cutting out all of that. Like these are just... I'm already full on the SBC storage again. I used like 80 players from there already and it's back to full. Okay, yeah, absolutely nothing to write home about all of this. So walkout. Some of the more exciting packs as we, well, obviously still get nobody from these, but this is just the, I can't even use the store menu. There's just the state of rewards right now. No, he just told me he wasn't a duplicate. Now you're telling me he is? It's not worth it. He's going away. Whatever. Yeah, I think we've got all these Team of the Weeks, but I don't think they include the best of. I think it's just the active squad. So it's 84-2, and then 87, and then we're all done. It's at least a walkout. Hack on. Oh, I have nightmares about the free kick he scored again. I don't care. I know I'm wasting coins. I don't care, man. Can't be bothered to find another SBC I don't actually want to do. And this is no promo card, so it's not worth it. Bernardo, and final will be Mallory Swanson. Well, disappointments all around. Anyway, that's all the packs we've got. Do hope you enjoyed the video. We'll call it here. Obviously have Foot Champs to go through here soon. Team will be looking something like this. We are going to try out that Hamshik card. If not, then I'll have... I wanted to like this card, but I didn't. We'll talk more about that later, I think. But I'll have probably Malo cycle back in there. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Peace. Have a good night. Premier League was a joy to watch every year we had. Maris, St. Max, Adama, genuinely when he had his act together. Because he could dribble, but no end product. Kocha, Balassi, Zaha, Nani, Ben Arfa. I will also once again put out my selfish love for Moussa Dembele and Adel Tarabt. Ben Arfa, what a legend. True streets will remember player there, and then he goes to Nice again, and then goes to PSG, and we all forget about him. He does nothing. I'll also put out Dimitri Payet had a decent dribble here or there. Obviously, Hazard. I don't know if Willian was good enough to count there. Musa, yeah, that's how I know you're a real one. There we go. Moussa Dembele, definition of press proven plus. Because here's the thing. It's one thing to do it high up the field. It's one thing to be a Zaha, a Ben Arfa, when you're always dribbling in the opposition's half. Thing about Hazard I always liked is he would pick up the ball in midfield, and he'd be all over the field. He'd pick up the ball anywhere, successfully dribble, progress the team up the field every time, just transitional. We can't build up from the back. I will grab it from the back. I will just move the ball up. I'm going to drag us forward by the scruff of our necks and just move it forward. Same thing with Moussa Dembele, because it's really underrated not just to be a good dribbler, but to dribble like 5 yards away from your own penalty box, man. God, what a guy. WSG just joined for the first time ever. I don't know what that means, Lukey. Musa is your favorite player's favorite player. Yes, he is a real, like, you want to watch somebody in, he's not quite the Busquets, like, you watch the game, you don't see him, you watch him, you see the game. He's not quite that, but, like, you want somebody to look at for, like, tactical analysis, for footage. What do they call it? I can't even remember. I can't recall. Film, that's what they call it. You want to watch film? Watch Musa and Melee, man. What's good? Okay, that's... I need to get caught up on my lingo, apparently. Just joined for the first time ever. It's already amazing. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I've just been sitting here for menu content, but we're trying to talk about actual footy stuff. 85, 92. Yusuf, yeah, he just, like, I'm not a Spurs fan or anything, but if he still played for Spurs, I would probably be a Spurs fan. Okay, well, if you thought the stream was good with menu content, let's see how you think it is when I actually get into the game, because, wow, I've been live for 2.5 hours and I've only played squad battles. I will have to call the stream soon-ish, because it's a little bit late for me, but we'll do at least a couple of the... Can't remember, the qualifiers, that's what these are called. I'll do like 3 of these or something. I'll leave a couple tomorrow just for a bit of a warm-up before I actually get into champs. And then champs will probably be... Unless I'm really feeling it, we'll probably do half champ Saturday, half champ Sunday. Martinez, Hendricks, Bundesliga, and then Jesus, and Chiesa, and, okay, not Bundesliga. You do want me to try Cruyff? I don't know, I want to keep testing out Hamshiks for the realism of the player I'll actually use for these, but you're right, I probably should, just to do it. I should do a Cruyff review. I think actually player reviews on my channel would probably do well. See, that's the thing about Hamsik, though. Look at him go. That's, yeah, but I've got the loan, so I don't like Cruyff at all. He's not somebody I plan on doing at all. But again, the review of him would probably do really well. People will value my... I'm a fool. I need to get better at actually looking at the goalie. People will value my rating of his dribbling, so... Chat, would you watch player reviews? Obviously, you watch me use them live, but, like... Do you think having a focus on one specific player would be a good thing for the channel? I know there's, like, real easy content to do. And, something that does well on... does decently well on YouTube, but... Good, Daniel. That works. Interesting. Ta, why don't you move back with me? Whatever. Yeah, come on, give me that, man. You know what I've never tried this year? Just like finesses. Would have an interesting take. That's, yeah, that's kind of the idea, I think, would just be... Nobody would use cards in the way that I do use them. So my knowledge, at least on a card's dribbling, would be useful for a lot of people, I think. What game? Bro. Shot cancel after shot cancel, man. Look at Mullen go, dude. No idea what you're doing, but you can't win. First year in FIFA and you suck. It's hard. There's so many... I think us long-standing players underrate this, but there's so many things to learn. You've got to learn every button. You've got to learn every shot type. You've got to learn all of the stats. You've got to learn what players you're good with. Like, I've got everything memorized. That was a power shot. That was also green timing. Then just like even in-game remembering that this player is good at this thing, remembering to do it sometimes, there's so much to keep track of. All I can really recommend is, like, first of all, figure out what it is you want the most. Do you want to have fun, or do you want to... You just want to get as many wins as possible? Because I definitely recommend the fun route. Obviously, it'd be kind of silly to say anything else, but like, if you're somebody who would prefer to just rank up as fast as possible, and you know, if you're doing that, then just learn your mechanics, learn your things that are really effective this year. Learn your first time over the top passes and your Javellas and through balls and all that. But if you're having fun, what I recommend is, in either way you do it, just it depends on which category you want to focus on. Either way you do it, pick a couple things to focus on per match. So don't have it where it's like, I want to learn like to be really good at short passing this match, and I've got to remember all of my dribbling mechanics I've been focused on. Like, I've got a bunch of tutorial videos and I do recommend them. They're a little bit meant for more experienced players, but they'll help you to learn at least like a couple of things that I really focus on. But if you do like I've got a dribbling one out, and if you're like, oh, I didn't know this dribbling mechanic existed, this is something I do want to learn, just focus on that, and maybe like a passing or a shooting technique. So just do one per game. So if you're like, I really want to see how good finesses are, or I really want to see how good Travellas are for shooting, just do that one. Because when you get into situations up top and you're like, I could do one, I could do the other, you get stuck in that paralysis of like, I can't actually figure out which one I want to do here. And then you hesitate, and then you just kind of end up losing. Just focus on the one. And then you learn the upsides and the downsides. You're like, oh, that actually was a situation I shouldn't have used that in. Now you know. That works. That also works. We'll do another power shot. Why not? That was one of the nastier power shots I've seen this year. Can't forget Riquelme. Riquelme is a no for me, unfortunately. Though most things look good with that card, he is average and normal for body type, which just kills it for dribblers. So I wish, like not any other body type, but a couple of the other body types in game, if he had them, then like, that card's really cheap, I'd definitely consider, but average and normal makes that a no-go for me. Another power shot. Absurd. Oh, you don't mean in game, you mean... He's one I've never actually watched comps of, so he is beyond my knowledge base, I'll say that much. Have you used Petite? I have not. I have actually never used Petite in any FIFA, so I have no comment on him. People say he's one of the icons that play above his stats, so like even though he's only 87 defending, because as an icon, people think he's got like 90 defending instead, but yeah, no real comments on him. You mean him in real life, yeah. Rubinho, also, I never got to see. I should watch a comp of those two, that's for sure. More of a fun player, they do help a lot sort of watching. Well, I am glad for that. That's most of the tutorials I plan to make. I don't have plans at the moment for like more entry-level tutorials. Again, most of them are meant for people who've played the game for probably a year or two and are looking to take that next step up, or to really understand the ins and outs of my specific play style, because I play a different way than most people do. But if you have requests, you can definitely try to make one. If you're like I haven't done a passing one at all, and if you're like, passing really doesn't make sense to me, I can at least try to maybe show off the situations I use passes in. Like, this is the amount of space I want for this pass versus this one. Again, don't have plans for it, but if you ask those kinds of questions, I can try to put it on, or I can consider how I might make one and think about doing one. Petite and Div Rivals was pretty good, but missed a few tackles and passes. Passes don't surprise me. Tackles, I kind of get that with everyone this year. Yeah. Guess it depends on how egregiously bad those missed ones were. See, that's the benefit of Hamshick's dribbling, is he's just going to hold on to the ball better than most of my other dribblers. Bro. The downside of Hamshick being playmaker for his cam role really does kind of mean it's so much harder to get his power shots off. I'm not having much success with him. I don't know how to make those fly in. Aw, chat, I didn't pack that Foden card. How disappointing. You know what I need to try? I need to try power shot cancel at some point. I haven't done one this year. It's actually somewhat threatening. They had a lot of players forward and then they took way too long. Now I'm back in shape. Yeah. Wrong player. The opponent's in a 3-back now, I think. Yeah, good No, you were meant to do another skill move. That works. It doesn't work. No, give me that. God, the power of literally just body feints, man. Just body feints, dude. If you don't use body feints and ball rolls, you are missing something to your game. Bohemian, this one's for you. Never mind. It was a foul. Bohemian, this one's for you. Diogo for Werder Bremen. Also, can't say that's somebody I've watched. Although that sounds familiar. Bro, that's against Emi Martinez Centurions too, and he doesn't even have power, like, at all. That's certainly a goal you can have go in your video game, yeah. Oh, and I already forget if I responded to this. I don't think I did. Gotta go to bed. I do appreciate you hanging out. Have a good night. Yeah, it is, I assume this is pretty late for a good number of folks. It's about, what is it? It's 11 for me? Yeah, it's 11, so it's getting late-ish for me. Can't work my dribbling at all this game. I don't know why I'm being so forceful with it. I need to dance a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Oh, he just got like clotheslined. There we go, Jamal. And then I couldn't think of anything else to do. I've gone through too much of my skill move repertoire. Bro. They're so much more effective as volleys. It is ridiculous. Like, that is literally a goal I've never seen in real life. Not that I've ever seen a goal with a Elastico into a Mikiti cancel in real life either, but like... Dude, it's nonsense that goes in. Alright, you ready for something I haven't done since FIFA 14? Never mind. You did my skill move against me, you know what, respect. Okay, chat, you ready for something I haven't done since FIFA 14? I had a high school friend way back in the day that, I played more FIFA then, you know, I was better than him, but, to kind of even it out, we, like... What? Well, Bohemian, you'll be happy about that one, I guess. Why does that go in? That doesn't look in... Like, I've got the wrong body shape as I'm taking it. I'm moving too fast. None of that should be something that's conducive to scoring there. I tried everything ready that game. We did long shots, we did I tried a German cross for the first time literally ever in my life. Literally never done that before. I'm sorry to this opponent, I played like a piece of crap. Bro, what is this though? Anyway, for all of what I was trying with Ta there, I had a friend back in the day that and we would do some whatever that is. We would do some silly things, and why? Huh? This is not Jeremy Frimpong game. Let me... Okay, Frimpong is the only... That's not the ball. I'm pressing square and it thinks the ball is here. Bro. I used to have... Yeah. I would do this thing I would call skill moves, or skill runs with center backs. Where you're just doing like 2-star skill move runs with Lauren Koscielny back in the day. And I used to score so many against him, because, you know, I played way more FIFA than he did, but like... Anyway, that's what I was trying with Ta there. Just they made it harder in one of the years. Like, I don't think Composure used to exist, or we used to have a different version of it. When Composure came out, like it kind of messed with a lot of center backs dribbling, and then with the explosive controlled lengthy thing, it made them dribble even worse. Anyway, that's ridiculous. This one's ridiculous. What the? Like, I've never seen anything like this in real life. Because it's just higher than the goalie the whole way, dude. Like, it is above the goalkeeper. You don't get shots that, like, chip them with power, dude. He's... Like, I feel like he's not tall enough if he reaches his arm... If he was under it and he reaches his arm straight up. How is this, like... Just, like, perfectly high into the net? I guess it's... How corner is that? Can I... orbit. Is it gonna work this time? Just orbit the ball, please. Bro. That is like definition of top corner. Anyway, East Coast surf, yeah, East Coast indeed. Work early, 8 a.m. ish, 7 a.m. ish. Commute time and all that, so yeah. I used to work at noon, so I could stay up way late to, you know, for that, but job has changed recently, so I am more standard office hours. It's cool to watch, but just, yeah, I don't care about this game because I was gonna beat this opponent anyway, no matter what. Right, I started being kind of, bro, what? Again, Emi Martinez is 3 yards away from that, and it's curving away from him too. Sheesh. Like, it's not the fact that you can score these against weaker opposition, you know, no offense to this guy. I just have more hours in FIFA than he does. It's not the fact that you can. It's the fact that these are theoretically, like, not even theoretically, these are more effective of a method of scoring than actually shooting in the box. That's the problem with it. This isn't the goal I'm on, game. Why'd you stop working? There we go. That makes no sense. Again, Emi Martinez is so far. Like, maybe his vision's blocked on that one, but he's so far. This one also surprised me. Again, one of kind of few shots that just keeps rising as it goes in. Normally you see this and it goes over the bar, but yeah, it's the backspin on it. Man, you don't really put backspin on a shot like that in real life, dude. Anyway, it's ridiculous that's how you lose your games. Yeah. Like, if you're already losing a game by a decent amount, you know, the other guy's better, and then they start doing that against you, it's showboaty. Whatever, man, it's fine. If that's actually, if it's like a 1-1 game, and then that's how you lose, the opponent scores to make it 2-1, that's what that's, oh my god, it's frustrating. I have been requested. So he's gone down. Probably lost a little money on him. Can you do a tutorial on how to break down stubborn defensive lines or constant offside trap lines? So I have. It is not labeled specifically as that. Also, one of you subscribed. Thank you. I'm at 9:45 now. The video you would want is the pressing tutorial. It's about 2 weeks old now, I think. So if you're going through my channel, this is how to play through pressure. This would cover everything. So we start with the tactics idea. And a lot of this is based on your formation. But the idea is, let me get my drawing tool up. As you watch the video, this will be everything you see in there. But the idea is, if you play a direct formation, and I'll explain what I mean by that, but if you're playing like a 4-4-2, which is very just getting up the field, the way to play through pressure in a formation like that, because you're really limited on your build-up, is just forcing stuff forward. So if you're doing that 4-4-2, you're looking for your overtops, you're pressing L1 on this guy, you're doing the overtop run, you're always just kind of looking to, you play through the pressure by just going over it or behind it. So you're not dealing with all of the problems you're having there. You're just getting over. if you've got one of the other formations, or if you've got the rare chance to do it with one of these, like a 4-4-2, but if you're doing a 4-3-3, if you're doing a 4-2-3-1 like I am, you're doing a 4-1-4-1, those are all kind of this category. Then you look these ways first, because what happens is the opponent will be, if you're just playing through the middle, the opponent will be like this. Their defensive lines will be really compact, really narrow. All of your space will be on the outside of them. So you're looking to go either this way, and then you can go back to the direct of just kind of getting in behind. You can ignore going sideways on the pitch, and you're just looking to get up again. Because always you want to take this, it drops their defensive line, you're getting in behind, you're getting closer to the net. If you've got this opportunity, go ahead and take it, it's the easiest. But if that's all blocked off, and if their defensive lines are staying, you know, if they're like this, and then you can't break through the middle, and you get down, you move them down the field, but then you're still blocked off from getting in behind, what you do is you turn this shape, which is very compact and very central, like this is only a 10-yard radius between their back line. You turn them from this shape into that shape. It normally stretches them more. It'll open up space on the other side of the field if you have the ability to kind of play through, and you can do that. Like, that's a very obvious idea. But the line normally shifts to a greater distance than it stays compact in the center. So, like, these players will pull wide, but this fullback on the far side isn't able to fully come and be compact with the rest of the team because they probably have to guard your player on the side a little bit. So you can't really play through this shape. It's so hard. You're trying to get through like directly through this small of an area. Their players are so close together. You know, we got like that kind of idea, whatever. There's like 2 yards of space between them. Good luck. All we're trying to do is turn them from having 2 yards of space between them into having 3 to 4 yards of space, because now we're looking at like that much space between them instead of that much. Does that make sense? Did that all wrong. So you can see like the gap between these is 1.5 times as big, the gap between these. That's the idea. So if you can shift them wide, do your little connections, maybe a wide mid, a wide winger, and your fullback, that will also normally drag one of these players into a more useful position. They'll come a little bit shorter, and then you do your like play through. You might open a gap for, like maybe this player makes a decoy run, and that picks up one of the center backs, and now there's more space for this player to run through because they're running through that gap instead of this gap. So the order is, and I cover again this exactly in that video. If you can get in behind, do it. I mean, you're getting close to goal. I get caught in the trap of doing this like all the time. I try to do this when it's not open, when I'm playing really badly. When I'm playing good, I don't do this at all. I'm like, I don't need to take this. I'll do my build up because I'm better with it anyway. But don't try to force this. But, you know, if you do genuinely have the opportunity, go for it. So, you know, we've got order of operations. We're going this way first. Then we're going to the sides. You might recognize we're missing a direction. We're missing back. So if you don't have one of the sides, we're going up the field, you can back the field. And the idea is the inverse of what we were talking about before. So we're looking at like creating that shape, but also when they're like this, they're so close together because this back line is normally at the halfway line when we're talking about not being able to play through the press. And then the midfield's like 4 yards away from them. So again, you can't get through this at all. This line won't step up any further because that's the halfway line. They can't. They, you know, this is the limit to offsides. So instead of trying to drag them wide, we're trying to drag them from this shape into that shape. Again, just trying to generate, instead of 4 or 5 yards of space between their midfield and their defensive line, we're trying to drag it into 7, 8 yards of space. And now all of a sudden you can play through it because you can get it to your players in between those lines and have them take a touch or two before getting collapsed on. So barring your options for everything else, you know, then you work it back. You're looking through here. You know, you kind of drag their offensive players through the press. You play through that press really easy normally, and then they might step these, you know, if you can get them to manually control these players and have them step out because they're going, oh, there's too big of a gap here, I've got to close that down. If you can play through that, now you've got space. I decide, yeah, it's trivial or a power shot or a corner or a rebound, and it's just like, but I played so nice the whole game, and now this is, you know, players miss one-on-one. God, it's so annoying when you get to the end of a game and you've got like 4 XG and your opponent has 2 XG and they score more than you. Yeah. Can watch all your vids? Thank you. They are good, I think. And everything I've got out there is pretty much most of my ideas on playing FIFA. So it's all, yeah, I'm a dribbler. I'm close control enthusiast. I try to dribble and pass my way through people. You did not see that in the past game because we did power shots and everything. But if you want to play like me, then I don't think there's a lot of stuff on YouTube like it. I'll give that plug. So, and I put some good effort in these. I'm proud of them. They're really good. Thank you. I've got my chat's too good to me. You all are too nice. Do you break the line? They often track back. Do I have? Trying to think if I played any yesterday or if I've got a video. I don't think so. Not today's. We're looking at yesterday's. Wow, I'm bad at this. Live yesterday's. Just gonna see if I can find a random example. Because the effective thing against the offside trap is to go back. You see how, so when your opponent's in this shape, like this is exactly what I'm talking about. I've allowed the opponent to compact. They've got in this really tight shape. Their line is so narrow. My space here really is just like Rafa Guerrero, probably Bowie on the other side. I just get it wide. I force them to spread apart. Then I've got space somewhere else. Or I've got maybe Stanway back here and I try to just encourage them out. So this is exactly the problem with me trying to play directly through the opponent. Same thing here. They're defending in a way and I'm just taking it. I'm just going, this is how you want to defend. I'll attack the way you want to defend. That's not what you want. You want to force them to defend in a way that they're not designed to. This game is not looking like a good example. There's no offside trap on that one, so not that game. To see if I can find an opponent that has that auto offside trap. I'll only do one example because I want to get back into the game, but let's see. Not really looking like this game either. No, that's a no. That looked like a yes, but I don't know if I do what I want to look for in this one. I kind of remember this game. I don't think so. That was that one. I'm not finding anything. I wonder if one of my Weekend League highlights videos would have an example. I'm playing exactly through them all here. That was almost it. It was really close to what I want. But I'm being too direct. gonna have to find some games where I'm less direct, I think. Let me find my one highlights video. This is goals only. So this is kind of an example of, for Shizzy, it's an example of the effectiveness of the width, because you just see their backline is so much more spread apart. So as I move back center, then they get much more compacted, but they don't always move from out wide to back center as well. So when you just kind of play through it by default, they stay really well positioned. But as the AI moves into a new position, they don't do it as well. So you see just a little, it's partially because the opponent manually dragged a player out there, but like, it takes them just that little bit to get back into the right shape, and they're a little more spread out because they're getting into it still during it than they would normally be. There's no offside trap there. I think that game was a no. Not finding any games where the opponent's actually using an offside trap. That's a no. That's just a counter goal. This is the effectiveness of the width again, as well as why I like the late runs, but it's not the example I want. No. God, I really can't find one. That sucks. The concept is that if you play away from the offside trap, it's the same idea we were talking about before. It's actually coded pretty much the same way, I think, just up the field as opposed to like side to side on the field. It's just a counter. Also just a counter. Do I work it back here enough to get an offside trap? I don't. That's playing directly through it. This is playing directly through it. Wow, I think I'm realizing some problems with my game and that I'm super direct. Bro, what? This is the downside of my 4-2-3-1, I think. If I got my 4-3-3 to work, then I'd be a lot better at this, but it's just because the CDMs are so far away sometimes. I need to actively involve somebody. I need to put a sticky note on my desk or remind myself somehow, just use my CDMs, use my fullbacks and build up, because when I only attack with my forwards, then I'm really just, there's no space on any of these. I'm able to dribble through because I'm a good dribbler, but like some games I can't if the opponent's really good at defending it. So is that manually controlled? I think it was. Yeah. I am sorry, Shizzy, I can't find anything. The idea is as they step up, so if their defensive line is like here, and the midfield line is like here, right? They step up about in unison. So this line moves to here. Let's say like there. Offside trap happens, they move. Now obviously think about it center, but I'm going to do offside down here just to make it a little easier to see. So that one moves to that one. This line probably steps up. They don't step up as much, so they will step up maybe like that much. There's a little increase, but it's not as much. They'll keep about the same shape. No, excuse me. They'll compact a little bit, so they get that little bit tighter. Now the idea of my when I was using my 4-3-3, my winger was just here, so they weren't offside, and now they are offside. You see how that works? Like versus this line, they're now offside, whereas my left mid and right mid aren't. You know, they're normally more around here, so they're still onside by this line, and then it's easier for them to make the run. So sometimes that's easier to play through the press, just because they'll make that late run. But when they're in this shape, remember how I said they step up about in unison, not the same distance, but at about the same time? It is not true back the other direction. This back line will step back significantly before this line will. And they don't always keep their shape as well as they do it. So if we're looking at this line at first, they might move back in a little bit more of a line that's a little easier to play through. They're also a little more susceptible to runs being made if your striker does happen to be outside there. If you do delay long enough for them to get back and then make another run, it's a little more likely for one of the center backs to pick them up. So they don't, they're really compact. And then they step up, and they're probably a little bit more compact, and then they decompact when they move back. So we'll do the 3 phases. So my first thing is they're about like that. They step up, they're about like that. They step back. The defensive line will step back before the midfield line. I don't have... What's a good way to do this? So this is scuffed because I don't have another way to show it. But these are all the L key on my keyboard. So you see how we start? This is a width of 5 L's. So let's just count this as 5. It's a mathematical value of 5x, and x is L, so it's 5L. The shape starts at 5. The shape in the middle is at 4. The shape at the bottom is at 6. So all you're generating from doing this, it is not ideal or anything like that. It's not perfect. But all we're doing is turning them from a really compact shape, forcing them to be more compact, and that's the difficult phase of it. And then we're gaining a little space on the field that we can play through if we encourage the offside trap and we just go this way. Because as we move back down the field, it encourages this line to step back, and this line has to step back before this one. Again, they're pretty much never in unison. On offense, when let's say you're just playing a 4-4-2 for the ease of it, and if you get down the field and you do your through ball to your left mid. So instead of this flat midfield shape, you turn it to that shape. So your left mid's way out. You've got a player out here, and your midfield line's here, and your strikers are here. Well, you've moved your left mid into your offensive line, and this will all move down the field pretty quickly. One of the strikers will probably be a little slower than the other and all that, but they'll keep about this flat shape up top. But remember, we started at about that shape. We're going to end on offense at about that shape or something. The midfield takes so much longer to get forward as you move down the field really quickly, because your offensive line is going to sprint, and the midfield line is kind of going to jog to get up there. They've got defensive responsibilities to worry about. The way the AI is on this, they don't just yeet forward. Think about the last time you see, you might see Bellingham do this in real life, because Madrid has some problems, but he's one of the few midfielders that will. You don't think your Odegaard is normally going to do this, or if they do, then they get up to the offensive line, and you've still got your other midfielders slower. slower to get back involved. So again, the same concept on defense. So with offense, they'll spread out a lot as you move a great distance of the field. On defense, they will spread out a lot. Same idea as your counter-attacking. The defensive line will drop back faster than the midfield line. On the offside trap, it's a smaller gap, of course, but it's still there. So again, all we're trying to do is generate just that little bit more space. And you do that by just offside trap happens. Problem with offside trap is if you're stuck here, it's really hard because now you're in between their midfield lines. All I can say here is you're looking to dribble through. Try not to go this way because normally it just doesn't work. They step right into you and it's just too easy to get tackled there. If you can, play wide, maybe just like you see it happening, or if you know it's happened a couple games and if it's caught a couple times this game, you know it's going to happen, you know it's going to catch you out again. You're looking to just go, maybe I can just escape this time. I'm just going to run away from it. Back to a fullback, back to a CDM. This pass forward will be into a bigger gap of space than anything else we were attacking before. So try to have a decent CDM with some creativity, or get it from the CDM to the cam who might have something else. Anything like that. Once your players do get back on side, or the nice thing about my left mid, right mid, they really don't get caught offside that much. You're basically, and if you don't recognize as the offside trap is being caused, then you're basically screwed. It's really, like, I'm not saying this is easy at all. The offside trap is too effective. They need to remove it. Personally, I think EA needs to remove depth entirely. They need to code one depth that everyone is forced to use and just make it an enjoyable experience for everybody. Just everybody. Because EA doesn't know how to balance multiple options of us at once. They did that this year where we thought they were going to give us more and they actually kind of took things away because it's easier for them to balance the meta of the whole game if there's less things overall that we can do. For me, EA needs to code one, defensive depth, and basically get rid of the offside trap idea. Or maybe you can manually queue one every 30 seconds, every minute, so you can't just spam it all the time, and it should have an upside. It should have a massive downside to it too. The problem is the offside trap doesn't have much of a downside. The one thing, again, I've found, because if you're here, it's too compact to do a through ball through. You don't have any space to do like an aerial pass because, again, you're just going to block it right into somebody. I can beat one player, but any player I beat will lead me inevitably into another player, so my dribbling just isn't tight space enough. You can't do that this year. Maybe a press-proven, like, stronger player, like, that's the benefit of handshake over all the Malins and all that. You would think your Neymars, your good dribblers would like be able to escape from multiple players. You kind of need the strength, I think, this year, which sucks, but it is what it is. But yeah, when you're, so the recycling helps to get through. That's exactly the idea. You basically, and again, if the offside happens and you weren't expecting it, it's basically already too late. If you recognize that the offside has messed you up for multiple attacks during that game, you think like the first 30 minutes, you play your normal style. I'm not saying play a different style. Your first 20, 30 minutes of the game, if it's, if you notice that's happening a lot and you're playing your default, just normal gameplay, you can't get through it. Think about it this way. If what you're doing by default doesn't work, you've got to change something up. If you just keep doing the same thing all game, are you really going to have success? Now, you've played enough FIFA, probably. I imagine most of my viewers have played enough FIFA where they can say, my style hasn't worked for the first couple attacks, but I know it's going to work eventually. I've just got the game sense that, my opponent's maybe gotten lucky with a couple tackles, or I know I'm creating some space. I just have to wait for the right, like, the run hasn't been made, but this run normally gets made. It's going to be made sometime in this game. Like, there's going to be something that will work for me eventually. But you should also have the game sense of, I'm playing this way, and this game is entirely different. I've got nothing. I'm normally dribbling. My dribbling doesn't work. I'm normally passing. A passer, and my passing doesn't work. Like, it is just entirely locked off. You have to look at the game and go, what I do normally isn't going to work this game. I have to consciously make a decision to do something else. And that's the hard part for me, is because it takes more of my stamina as I play the game. That's why I'm thinking like this year I should do like 5 games of champs on Friday, 5 on Saturday, 5 on Sunday, because I have to be so focused Because 70% of the champs games are fun. Like, I can play my default style, and I'll win, like, the first couple, like, 6-0, and then I'll start winning a couple, like, 4-2. But, you know, I can force my default style to work in most games well enough, but it's those couple games that if they catch me when I'm tired and I can't think of anything else to do, or I'm not realizing the problem, because it's a recognition thing, and it takes that extra just mental bandwidth, that extra stamina, that extra, you know, if you played for 6 hours, it's really hard. If you played for 4 or 5 hours, maybe you can force it. If you've only done 2 or 3, you can probably do it a little bit better, and then you're just using up your stamina bank, and it's harder. Hello, as my mic dropped. Excuse me. That's the closest to a mic drop I've ever done. Excuse me. Yeah, if you've got to recognize what you're doing doesn't work, and then go, okay, what am I going to do about the offside trap? My answer is this. It's that, yes, you said recycling. You recycle on back. You basically force that offside trap to occur. You move back away from it if you've got just some escape route. Dribble away, pass away, anything like that. Because the effectiveness of it comes from, like, your players will make decent runs against the offside trap if they weren't caught offside by it. So it depends on your formation, of course. But if you've got that left mid, right mid, and if they might go, oh, there was an offside trap. But there's a lot of, like, I can't run into here. Like, there's no real space to get into the box, so they might not make that run. But when the line moves that, like, a little bit away from the box, or if the line, it also doesn't move back in that perfect shape. So there might be that little bit of a gap for somebody to run into. Now you can play your way through a little bit better. Does that make sense? High depth triggers, auto traps, but you can also, yes. And most of the time I think it's auto, because a lot of people play 90 depth, and it will like auto do it. I think 90 depth will do it like here on the field, and 70 depth will do it here on the field. So depending on your opponent, all of what I was talking about here will happen at different places on the field. So again, it depends if they're like 70 depth will probably, no. Yes, 70 will probably queue like here, and 90 will be about here. So, but it's the same concept for both of them. It's just where that auto offside triggers, and then again, your job as an attacker is to recognize what you need to be looking for, or like which one your opponent is on, and recognize where it's actually breaking your AI, and then what you've got to do against it. And this is my recommendation. The recommendation of pros will be long shots. As you say, you don't abuse the long shots, so it feels like you've got no option. That's what pros will do. Pros will just spam and over the top, maybe a switch or something, and they'll go, I'm not going to deal with playing with this. I'm going to, try to get through it. Or they'll Q run and they'll play it behind. They'll just do a long ball pass plus or something. They'll do one of the long shots. They don't bother playing through it that much. If you've got the players for that, if that's your play style, that's one thing. I don't. It's not my play style. This is what I'm doing, and it is effective. I am so bad at remembering it that I've got so few examples. I've got so few games where it has worked. It does work. It's just I've never really had to do this on FIFA before. It's also a little different. When I had my when I had my 4-3-3 false 9, and my shape was like this. The recycling was easier because my center mids were normally a little bit closer. When I'm doing my 4-2-3-1, my shape is a little bit more like that. Whereas the center, you see how close, like there's 5 yards between these players. There's 10 yards between these players. Because these players are so much further back, it takes a lot more concentration to recycle back to them. You're really not thinking about, like, I'll get in these patterns where I've got just 4 attackers, and I'm like, oh, I'll just attack with only 4 players. You think as soon as you involve one of your wingbacks, one of your CDMs, all of a sudden you're attacking with 5 players. Like, it sounds simple, but the numbers game is really important. If you can involve these players, now these ones are making through balls from the easier position to play forward passes, or now the opponent's stepping somebody out to you, and you'll create space that way. But again, I don't normally accomplish it that much because I'm just not used to the CDM idea. They're a little bit further away. I like having the CDMs there because it does force the opponent to come out a little bit more. If you do, instead of this shape, if I did like the 4-1-4-1 and I got into this shape, the recyclability really isn't there because the offside trap happens, you get it back to this guy. They're still just right around the midfield line. There's still no space. If you get it back to these ones, you've actually got some space to operate in here. But I keep forgetting about these players because they're so far away on the field. So trade-off, you know, depends on your formation and all of that. You might use these more, but they're less effective. These are going to be more effective, but I keep forgetting about them. So again, I don't have a lot of examples, but this is, I genuinely mean this. This has worked for me. I just haven't really integrated it into my game yet. I had a couple examples because you said you get frustrated with the lack of runs. I feel like it was the dark red game we watched. There was one that was really clear of an example for this. This one maybe? Because you say you get frustrated by the lack of runs. I don't think it was this one. Where's the dark? I think it was a different red kit. This one, different red kit. So talking about the lack of runs, I feel like I had runs in this game. We're not going to talk about that one because I don't use that much. So this is kind of an example of just going back, but like the existence of Malin or Musiala going, and this is a turn on pass. This is a little ridiculous, but yeah, by just going back, you generate a little bit of a different passing angle. I don't have the example yet that I was thinking. Was it not this game? It might not have been this game. You kind of get the idea here. It's not the offside trap thing where this is a 5-back, so it's different. But I involve my CDM. Now look at the space. It's so hard for me to get into the box or anything here. You see how unopened Schuler is through that whole thing? Going back almost lets her make a different run. It's like they make a run depending on who you pass it to. So they're really stationary when you've got the ball with one guy, but when you start moving around to others, then they're like, oh, I can make different runs because a different player is on the ball. It's not this game. I had a really clear example. I didn't think... It was all Malin because Malin's inside forward ++ is ridiculous. Swear it wasn't this one either. Where on earth was I thinking of these? Oh, was it the other live stream? It might have been the other. Dark red kit might have been yesterday's. I'm gonna lose my mind if I can't find this. I think it was this game. Not that one. don't think it was this one either. Anyway. Makes a lot of sense what you say. Thank you. Appreciate taking the time. Yeah. I might turn all of that into its own YouTube video. So just re-record. Download my own VOD. Split the video there and just re-upload it. Because it's a really solid tactical breakdown of it. I just wish I had any of the examples I thought I had. Because the whole idea is late runs. So if you're always first in ball forward, then like you don't have the ball with your best passing angles. That's just me being a dribbler. You want the ball deeper because then you can actually play passes. If you've got the ball with your striker, then it's like all you have is little layoff passes off the shoulder. If you have the ball with one of your midfielders, then all of a sudden that's where your runs come from. Because your runs are being made ahead of you instead of like to your side. This wasn't the game. It wasn't an Arsenal kit. No. That wasn't this one. God, that's upsetting. We didn't get this far in this video. Bro. It felt like such good examples. Was it that? I swore they were with Mullen. But this works. This isn't through a press. But this is why I like that left mid instead of the wingers. Because I've talked about this a lot. The left wing would just be like here. Just like behind the fullback. Or caught offside every single time. The idea behind him being so deep is he's at full speed. It's so much harder to mark him because any of the defenders have to get acceleration before they can get to his top speed. So he's at a full sprint. This run is very easy for me to see. It's a little easier for the opponent to see, of course, as like they can't see that run because there's no time to react. But it's also so hard for me to predict that. Like I don't know when this player is going to decide to make that run. If I press L1 and then do the directional thing, he's going to be offside. If I press L1, he's just going to run straight into the defender. So I'm just kind of have to wait for the AI to decide to make that run. They don't always do. The idea behind him being back so far. Nobody picks him up. The opponent's more worried about my striker here. Or their eyes just aren't looking at this either. Like even though it's a long run, think about on defense, how often do you actually see this? Like recognize that as the thing you should be defending in that situation. Let's see this one with Francis goalie, because I think again, it's not from a press, so you're not fully getting the idea. But this run is made because he's from a deeper spot. And it's also like you see how he's entirely stationary this entire time. He gets here. He's just there. Like he stands. I'm on ×2. He's moving. He goes a little diagonal, a little back, a little forward. And then 1, 2, 3. He's stationary for 3 seconds. And then he makes his run. it's because I go back and involve somebody else. So I think when the games got Musiala here, I think Franciscoli's like, I'm just going to hold the depth of the field. I'm not going to get forward because Musiala's in this space. And it takes the AI a second to realize that the other AI has done something, which I hate. The AI is so bad. But it's Musiala who, I don't know, the AI either is only allowed to have so many attackers forward, maybe based on your instructions, based on your build-up style, whatever. But I'm only allowed to have like 1 or 2 players in the box at any time. There's a reason you don't see like Guerrero getting in, and Bowie getting in, and Schuler getting in, and Hamsik getting in, and Malin getting in. Like, you can only have so many players in the space, which I hate. And it's so unevenly numbered in the favor of the defenders, who's allowed to have like 5, 6 in the space versus me, who's allowed to have, you know, like a similar number back this way, but nowhere near as many on the defensive line. You watch in real life, like, again, you're like any team pretty much will be attacking almost like that, any high-end team. But anyway. So the game's prioritizing Musiala, even though he's running back or whatever. It's not telling Franciscoli to go in, because the space, like, you think he could make that run now. It's the existence of Musiala running back that tells Franciscoli he can go forward. And it's him existing a little bit deeper, because you've got plenty of time to see this run. And I don't manually queue this, do I? Ooh, actually, I might. Because I thought that was AI. When I press L1, what direction is my left stick pointing? It was actually... Okay, so I think this is a manually queued run, so that's... It's not the AI recognizing the Musiala went back, but again, it's the existence of me moving backwards that opened up space for somebody else. So the same idea, if you're doing this through a press, you go back to go forward. Now I've got a better passing angle to pass back forward. Now I've got the existence of somebody getting out, can sometimes assist with somebody else getting in. Maybe they'll defend with one of these players, like they'll follow you just that little bit as you're moving away. They'll also move away, and you're talk about this a lot, but you're moving their shape from that back line to just causing one of the center backs to step out. Now we've got a little gap to get into. It's not, again, this isn't a high press situation, so it's not exactly what we're talking about, but hopefully you get the idea from the example. When static, it feels like, yes, again, very static, I don't like it. None of what I'm saying in this video is, like, this is how it should be. This is what we have to do to make things happen. So if you're... Do I have... I still don't think I'm going to be able to find the right example. Because I thought it was like this game. But they're always just so stationary. It's so frustrating. This is not how an AI should be coded. Kind of see it here with Malin. You see how deep Malin is there. Now he's making his run. The space is there by default because the opponent's just a little bit spread out. I think as I'm moving from one side of the field to they've also brought the center back out. So the more out of position they get, the worse they are at falling back into position. So the AI is moving VVD back, which kind of shifts the rest of the team around a little bit weird. You see the AI is not perfectly following itself the whole time. These are small little gaps, but like all it really took there was Konate stepping in a little bit further away from the one fullback. Like he moves over to connect and then he moves back away just a little step. And then he goes, oh, the AI moved that guy a little bit too far over. I have to run back down to try to guard Malin. That gives me the space to move to put a skill move back up the other way. What's my other goal here? That was the goal. Okay, that's right. That's just lucky. Same idea. You see the effectiveness of recycling to if your players just end up a little bit deeper. Now the run's being made from deeper, you can see it, and there we go. It wasn't this game. Anyway, that's enough. I think we've done enough of this for now. Okay, that was enough on that. Kind of like direct passing was OP last year because it looked like the only way to force... Yes, it was the only way to get anything to happen. I still used short passing because my dribbling was enough to create space. But the only reason the players ever made runs is because I dribbled past somebody that dragged somebody out of position that allowed the short passing to go, oh, there's space, let me go into it. Because generating space last year was so hard and nobody really tried, and you know, you're using a bunch of aerial players, so you're not really good at playing through it anyway. But last year was probably the year I was best at dribbling with, but most people weren't. It was really hard. It's a really complex system. Again, most people can't. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just you have to have a lot of time to put in to learn that dribbling system and everything. I was able to get short passing work only because I could create space with my player that the AI went, oh, okay, now there's space, I'll move into it. If you couldn't generate your own space, direct passing was the only way to force them to try to do anything on their own. What I wish we had was AI that made runs that created space for no reason other than creating space. I want like an advanced forward like Schuler to run forward because it forces the defensive line to mark that, to go back for somebody to track her, and then that opens up a little space for somebody else to run into, a little space to dribble. The problem is she'll make a run forward and the AI doesn't pick her up, and I still can't pass it to her. And then it hasn't moved the AI at all. So all that's happened is I've lost a player to be able to pass to at all. She's now offside. The center backs are remaining exactly in the normal position. And it's accomplished nothing. Yeah, anyway. I have a real name, so that new handshake's pretty good. Force star skill. Something with your legs. That should have been L2 R2. Excuse me. That should have been L2 fake shot. It is I'll go into moments. And I'll take Cruyff out of the team because I don't... Actually, should I have Cruyff in? Because you're allowed to have... Excuse me. You're allowed to have... You're allowed to have loans and moments, right? Surely. You know what, I genuinely don't trust EA, so we're going to test it out with a different loan. Bellingham. How do you deal with people who play 4-4-2 and spam offside traps? We literally just talked about it. You must have missed it. That clip that I had will... I'm going to turn that into a video tomorrow. So if you want to, you can either go back 40, 50 minutes to the beginning of me pulling up the tactics board because we talked about it for that whole time. You can go back in the VOD and look for the start of that, or you can wait for the video to pull up tomorrow. I will not cover it again because I just spent like 40 minutes talking and my voice is tired and all that, but I've got a video on playing through the press and then everything that I literally am not allowed to complete a tackle game. I'm pressing the tackle button. What on earth is going on? It's glitched. Yes, I've got a video on pressing about 2 weeks ago. You can go back to watch, and then the stuff today was fairly similar. Covered a lot of the same stuff, but there are some important. Oh, that was a tackle. It was with the AI. That shouldn't even count. Have you tried out EME cards? I have not. I would not. Pace is one of the stats I value the least. It's important, but not as important as the others. For me, the order is like dribbling, then kind of pace passing, then shooting. Adiemi does not have what I would want. Anyway, oh, I forgot to. Okay, it's fine. Sorry. Okay, Pass Ninja, I forgot. So the skill move is L2 and Fake Shot. It should be a 4-star skill move, although let me check and make sure. L2 Fake Shot and holding nothing on the left stick. So that's important. So that one I think is what you mean, and she shouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, so if you do it with her, she's a 3-star skiller, she just does a normal Fake Shot stop. But I think you mean this one. So what you do, this is, if you do L2 Fake Shot and have a directional input on the left stick, it will do something else. So I'm holding left stick in the normal direction as I'm just moving with him in this way. He does this little move because he's a 5-star. If I do it with a 4-star, he'll do this version instead. If I do back, or if I do to the side, it'll be a Ronaldo chop. If I do back with a 5-star, they'll do the Rabona stop. So you have to make sure when you do this one, you let go of the left stick entirely, L2 Fake Shot. If you let it go, they will touch the ball twice. You see they consistently do the same animation. 1, 2, 1, 2. Nope, even I did it wrong. 1, 2. If you let one happen and then you start dribbling, you will cancel the second. And if you do it with the right timing... So this is actually kind of a complicated one. Average lane body type is 3rd best body type in the game, Shizzy. 3rd best. Unique, short and lean, average and lean. Moves those moments. Okay, yeah. I was confident in that. I'm like, surely right, but I second guess myself. Thank you. So yeah, what I do, like, you dribble back in the direction that first touch is gonna go. So if I'm going up, I'll like let it happen. I do L2 Fake Shot, no direction on left stick at all. Press nothing for a half a second, and then start moving the left stick back the other direction. So it's actually a surprisingly useful way of turning around, because it's not a complete stop, because most things will be a complete stop, or will be a immediate one direction to the other. Something like that, something like that, something like that. They will all move you back the other way immediately. This one, hesitation, then go. So this one, if you've got more space, it pulls the opponent to you a little bit more. There's a little bit longer delay, a little bit longer hesitation, a little bit more time to make the opponent come to you. So in something, not that one, because they stepped up to me. Like here, you just get away. You're encouraging them to step to you, and then you're stepping away from them. If somebody's really close, so like this guy, the center mid, is like right on me, then you want to do the other one, and that wasn't quite the right example. It's hard against the AI, because I don't know exactly. I never play against the AI. I don't know how to predict them. But like this one, I don't have time to do the hesitation, right? Because he's right on me. So this is where I'd think I want to do that one. That worked somehow. I'm going to do this one because it'll just get me further away faster. But if I want to draw them into the space, make them step to me a little bit, then this one. Your touch out of it is usually pretty quick. And it sets up well for the next skill move too. So you can do like... Again, the idea is it's the hesitation and the opponents go, oh, you stopped. You're not going to move from stop very well. If I do most skill moves like that one, you see how a fake shot stop into a touch is a little heavy or a little inconsistent. Sometimes he's got a bit of a startup and all that because he's moved entirely to a stop. There's a little hesitation, a little bit of slowness as they go from a full stop into that first touch after it. Because this isn't a full stop, the first touch out of it is better. It's a little more consistent, it's a little faster. A little more predictable. So because of that, I'm saying, hey, come step to me. Normally they go, oh, looks like you stopped, so your next touch, because good opponents will know, it looks like you stopped, your next touch should be heavy, and this is a bit of a fake. It's like, no, it wasn't a full stop. Actually, my first touch is going to be strong. That's when I've got something else planned. So you saw in that handshake move, like, do that skill move, immediately had another thing in mind. Catch you in the next one soon, 1K subs. Thank you. You have a good night too. Thanks for the lesson, dying to sleep. It is pretty late, actually. That is true. I should probably end the stream here. Hesitation on reverse, that's true. The elasticos are so much more effective if you're doing it from stop, and it should. I think that one, actually, I can't remember right now. Can you do that immediately into an elastico and get the fast variation of it, or is it still the heavy one? Or is it still the running one, rather? It's very helpful, thanks a lot. Absolutely, skill moves are complicated. So there's what I'm not just using them, I'm manipulating the opponent. So it's all about like where I think they're gonna end up, where I want them to end up. It is the fast variation, so you can do that immediately into. It's not perfect because the standstill one I think is slightly better. But you can actually do that into a standing still skill move. That would be wild to work into my game. That could be effective. Very, very rarely effective, but the more situations you're ready for, the better. What Shizzy's talking about is just a full, usually a full stop. So most people with the reverse elastico. And to explain what I mean more, Paz Ninja, because you're a little bit newer. You see this running version of the 5-star elastico? Ball goes in the air a little bit, and he's got that hesitate. It's like a 1-2. Nope, not that. 1-2. 1-2. If I do it while stopped, 1-2. It's a little, it's hard to see, but that running one, a little more in the air. The stopping one, less in the air. You ran out of time. So you should see, while I'm stopped, it's faster, ball goes in the air less. The reverse elastico is even more noticeable with it. So, nope. So this gets you into space, the ball goes a little further away, the ball goes in the air sometimes. If you do the reverse elastico while completely stopped, goodbye. It is like the fastest skill move in the game. Been one of the most effective skill moves. Been one of the most effective skill moves for years. They keep like not changing it at all. So this one's more effective at a standstill. So most people will do like fake shot stop just to get completely to a stop. Or you can press just L1 and not hold anything. Just press L1. They do a stop. You can do like a revert. You can do a bonus stop into it. There's got to be some skill move that stops you. But most people will do like fake shot stop into it. But as we learned here, you can do that hesitation one we were talking about from the hamshake video into it. That's probably something I'm going to forget because even I can't remember every skill move at once, and I've got my like circle of ones that are quicker to remember and easier to pull out. New variation this year with L2. A variation of the Elastico. Also, Shizzy, go to bed. What, there's an L2 Elastico? I don't know what you mean. I forget about this one. I thought there was a L2 version of the roulette. Whew, yeah, that goes way in the air. A thing to keep in mind, Pass, if you're newer here too, newer to FIFA, the more I do the skill move, so if I do the Elastico like back, come on. If I do it back to back to back, you'll start to see the ball go in the air even more. So like 1, 2, 3. You see how high up in the air that one point, like it turned my next touch into a flick touch instead of a normal dribble touch. So the more skill moves you chain, you see just it's getting heavier and heavier. I can do that with any skill move. Except maybe this one, actually. That's wild. I've never thought about chaining that one. But if I do like Magidi, into Magidi, into Magidi, and then it quits away. New Elastico where you jump? That's wild. Yes, Magidi, into Magidi, into Magidi, into Magidi, into Magidi, into Magidi, into Magidi. You see how the more of these I do, the ball, like, all of a sudden at the end here, now these are all going in the air, when at the start they never did. Like the first one, always on the ground. But you start chaining them. Might be for 4-star, L2 Elastico. Nah. Oh, probably this one. This is a little closer to a La Croqueta. No, it's not, because it's 1 foot, so this would still be on Elastico. L2 and then hold L2, hold RS to the side. Yeah, you can still do it with 5-star, although it's subtly different, but it is slightly faster. No, it's not. Never mind. They seem the same. Yeah, I think those are the same. I still have to go through and like re-memorize skill moves because I've got most of them. I finally this year like figured out how to do this one because I've always messed this up in the past. Nope. There we go. Because my timing was always wrong for it. Like I'm still... Nope, come on. There. If I do a skill move with this one in game, I will lose my mind. There was some pro a little while ago said like somebody did that into an Elastico, which is like, or into a Magidi. And the pro was like, that's the hardest skill move combo in the game. Why can't I do it anymore? Like, do that. Imagine you chain those two together. Nope. Yeah, I'm still so inconsistent with it, though. I would need to just actually workshop it. No, it's Lone Corf. I'm not actually doing him. He's not worth $1 million. No way. He seems fine. I haven't used him. The idea was to do the Lone Cruyff and then do a review for him in Foot Champs qualifiers. And then I played one qualifiers match and I forgot. And then we've done like an hour of talking about skill moves and playing through the press. So I don't know. I'll use them in qualifiers tomorrow because people want me to. And it would be my first player review on the channel, and I do want to see how those do. I don't have the coins and all that to like put out player reviews all the time, but it's probably content that's worth trying. Just for me to have some, because like once my tutorials are done and then we've got analysis, like I'll analyze a couple of my games per week and all that. And if I do coaching or, you know, maybe some of my coaching stuff gets uploaded, maybe some of you can submit your gameplay and I like review your games or whatever we do. I'm losing my words because I'm tired. Like that's the standard cycle of content. So I've got like a promo review per week. We'll try a Foot Champs game. That's 2 per day, 2 per week. Maybe like a Rivals Day, maybe not. We'll do like an Analysis Day, that's 3. But like I don't really have that many more tutorials to put out and all of that. If I do, then of course I'll come. But tutorials aren't like a weekly content, you know. That's when I've got an idea for it. That's like the tutorials turn into analysis videos because once all my tutorials are out, then we're actually showing off how I use them all in game. Not super interested in general reviews. I would do a general review, but it's me using these cards, so you know I'm going to hyper stress test the dribbling. The main thing per card, if you watch how Inception does it, Inception will tell you like 2 or 3 minutes into the review of like, oh yeah, this guy feels weird on the ball, or you're gonna have to compensate with him, or no, this guy actually feels nice. That'd be what I do. There'll partially be the same kind of Inception idea of like montages of like the best things I can try to do with a card. But we do want to cover attacking AI, just make sure that they're not super stationary in game or anything, if they're like S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier in terms of AI and all of that. Everything else I don't care that much about. Shooting, you know what it's going to be like from playstyles and from stats. I don't really need to cover shooting in those reviews. The benefit of better dribbling means you get into better shooting positions. So of course it's all about like, can you dribble with this player into taking the shot? Everything else is like, I know based on their balance stat and their shooting stat how these shots are gonna go in, but then it's about, oh, if their balance stat is really good, can I do a dribble beforehand to make it better? So the general review would mostly be like attacking AI, can I use them to build up well, and how good are they on the ball? But everything like shooting, you know how it's going to be, pace, you know how it's going to be, passing, you know how it's going to be. He likes Nico. I wouldn't use Nico Williams. People demand it. Okay, I guess I have to listen to the people. I will be a content creator of the people. Uploading viewer gameplay sounds good. We'd love to hear your play. I think you play well, better than most, but don't get the results. So we could try to break down the difference of that. As the channel is where it is, I would like to do... Sunzi, are you in the Discord? Because this would probably be something I offered to Discord people first. I will do a select number of viewer submitted gameplay things. That's the plan right now. Maybe I'll start with like 5 or 10. Those would be free. You just have to agree to let me use your gameplay on my channel. And you know, we just like live on stream, we just cover your game and then we'd cover what I think is good or bad about it. I might do it on like ×2 speed, just get through a little bit quicker. I might do... Yeah, I'll have my own style. We'll see how it is, depending on like how many we've got to get through and all of that. But at the start, probably offer that for free. If the channel gets big enough, that would have to turn into a paid thing. Maybe a small thing at first. Or maybe that becomes... I've got no plans for this at the moment. But that becomes like a Patreon reward tier or something. I'm debating between all of that stuff. So you get the idea of me as a base content creator. It's like... I'm kind of poor and I could use some money. It'd be nice. But also if I could turn this into a career at some point, then you get even more content from me. I get to do more of this. But like... Get to support me putting all this time into the channel. It's, you know... Could eventually, if this were to happen, I get like 40,000 subscribers and I can start doing this full time, then that's, you know, would be really nice, but that's way down the line. But I don't want to charge for like my stuff immediately, but as, you know, if we bump from 1,000 subscribers to, let's say we get 5,000, then up there it's like, there'd probably be 50 of you asking for viewer submitted gameplay stuff, and at that point it's like, I can't really cover 50 of you per week, I'm sorry. So we'd see how it goes. Yes, there is a the Discord is in the... Where's my actual channel? I should probably make a video saying, I've got a Discord, I've got coaching, because again, there's coaching you can do. All of that is in the description, which I forget nobody looks at the description. But so this is the live stream you're watching right now. On the live stream, you go down to the description. Discord link all the way at the bottom. I don't have my coaching link in here. I need to fix that. Yes, the Discord is right there. I can copy it into the chat if you want me to. But that link is like permanently in my description. Let me grab my coaching thing, because, wow, I should be able to... The coaching thing is per video, because I've got it set up for those, but I don't have it for... Forgot to update it on this thing. There we go. Update. Okay. I'm thinking about doing that, like, as we're close to 950 subscribers here, I might do, you know, one free coaching session if we get up to 1,000 or, like, whatever. We're thinking about that, too, but anyway, pass. Yes, wish you the best. Thank you. You all are so nice to me. You're... I know this might change if I get popular and all that, but like, I am over the moon with the reception I've gotten so far. Everybody is so kind. I say this every I say this like 3 times every live stream. I'm used to the internet where people suck. So to have found a community that's like appreciative and nice and chill and relaxing, and we're not yelling at each other, and we're not... Can I just say my own personal gripe of the link is expired? That should not be true. Why? I will send a new one, but that... Oh, right. Okay, that makes... I got it. If you clicked the one I put in the chat and not the one in the description, because I didn't update my description, the link changed with the... Okay, it should be that one. Whichever one you didn't try before, try the other one. And actually, if you don't mind, let me know which one let me know which one worked. Tell me the first character. So it's discord.gg/G or /C. So C or G. If you don't mind, because I can't rejoin my own channel or server. I have more plans for the server at some point. It's kind of basic. There's a couple of us that talk in there. The second's good. The G1 is good. That's good. Cool. I should advertise the Discord more, because it would be nice if more of you chatted with me all the time. I have limited ability, just based on time alone, to respond to DMs, but DMs are allowed, so if you want to just message me as well, you can. I have this problem where I turn every question I get asked into like a 50-minute thing that I need to work on, because, again, we've spent like an hour of this live stream doing not gameplay, and I'm like, I had gameplay to do. Oops. Anyway, my own personal skill issue thing. Not skill issue, I like being in depth. Anyway. Was there anything else I was going to mention? We're talking about the review pass. I did partially just want to show off this one because I'm really proud of it. You already watched this, so you don't need to see it again per se, but yeah, so we were talking about, this is the one you mentioned. Yeah, this isn't a skill move most people know, but you see how I do that? Like, it's the hesitation skill move. This is done in open space, right? You see there's 3 yards between me and the opponent. The skill move is done in a way that both brings them to me and brings them to the side. So they go down, they think I'm doing a skill move back up, and I go back around them. So it's a combo from that hesitation one into the La Croqueta. They end up shifting down enough where I don't get past them. I was hoping to get actually into this space. So you see, I don't have another skill move prepared. I just left stick behind. So that's why, like, I would have done more of a skill run because I'm expecting not to be facing against Taram, but I know this is going to be successful. I just thought it would be more successful getting past. They turn ridiculously quick. I can't believe how quick that turn. Like, that's jockey plus, and he doesn't even have jockey, I think. So he turns on that. I know this is going to be successful no matter what, but again, I thought I'd get more in behind. Because it doesn't, because they catch back up, it's successful still. I'm able to hold on to the ball, but I have to, like, I don't have another skill move prepared. That's where the just turn away work. Turn away and generate more space. Same concept with this skill move. So the first one, we've got space. I want to shift them around. I'm manipulating the opponent and making them move out of the normal space they were covering. It didn't end up working. Same idea. There's more of a gap, so I do a skill move into them, trying to get them to select the player to drag out to me, with the idea of having other skill moves in mind. This one, I've got the idea of the fake shot. So they think I'm going to move more directly at them. I've got a plan to get around. Little touchdown just to shield away from Sissoko here, I think. And then I'm thinking they'll go pretty Harvey down. Like, they're probably sprinting with this player. They're probably trying to cover the gap here. I'll go back against you. End up sliding, so it works even better than normal. That's body feints. And that's a running fake shot. So we had a basic fake shot. I just do square and X here. Square and X. This is L1 square and X, so that's a different variation. So all of this little manipulation and up in space, try to do a skill move to get past. Same thing, little manipulation and up in space, try to do a skill move to get past. This is little possession based, that's a little bit just trying to be explosive and getting past. You see how these are base, like it's a 4-star skiller, so I can't do all the, like, you can do Elasticos and Burba spin cancels, but they're not the same as 5-star Elasticos and 5-star Makiti cancels and all that. So you see my skill moves are limited. Even with 5-star skillers, I'm doing fake shots, I'm doing ball rolls, I'm doing body feints. because this more complicated skill move that, like the hesitation one was great, but then the La Croqueta, a little heavier, you can't really do another skill move after it. Same thing here. If I do that into like an Elastico, it might be heavy. It might be, again, as we were talking about before, when the ball goes in the air a little bit, there's a little bit, like it goes a little further away from you. You don't accelerate quite as fast. You don't have that same problem with the body feints as much. So you see I'm trying to fix kind of my momentum and all that with a body feint. Even though the touchdown was a little heavy, very consistent, predictable skill move, same explosiveness. You can do body feints at some of the worst balance, not like all the way worst balance or agility, but if you're a little bit off balance, the body feint actually kind of fixes it, where some other skill moves, you're off balance, you do that one, it's a worse version of the skill move. So even with 4-star skills, I've got like things I could do here. I could do, you might think like that into a heel to heel. You might think that into a Ronaldo chop. You might think a Berba spin. You might think like a roulette. Roulette would probably work. Heel to heel, it's tricky. I'm not sure off of that one. The Elastico would be a heavier version. I do a fake shot because your 2-star skill moves, those ball rolls, body feints, and fake shots, you don't have the same heaviness with them. So like complicated skill move, into a simple one, into a simple one. All I need here is just kind of an aggressive skill move. I want it to cut down. And the running fake shot, that L1 fake shot, is slower to start and then really speeds you up. So just was the right decision there. But maybe that helps explain what I'm looking for in my skill runs. Talk to you forever. Have so many things to learn. You're at the running R2 fake shot. Is there an R2 variation? That actually oh, there is, yeah. It doesn't have the same hesitation as the L1. So the L1 accomplishes kind of the same thing, but it's slower at the start. And you can do it when you're not running. The running is only while sprinting, but I'm not sprinting a lot, so I don't have much chance to do it. L2. Okay, that I wasn't gonna judge you, but that kind of makes more sense. Because like I'm never at top speed to do the R2 fake shot, so I'm like I'm not really thinking. I would agree with this one necessarily, because the running one is just you're sprinting and then you decided to stop sprinting? That didn't make any sense. But it's the same as the L1 fake shot without the hesitation. Come on, stay sprinting. He's not doing the sprinting one. There we go. Whereas the L1 like accomplishes it, but a little more 90 degree, and then anyway. You're saying the L2, which you must mean this one. L2 heel to heel. Because it's either that or you do a fake shot. Or that same hesitation stop that we talked about earlier. Now that if you do as a 5-star, that L2 fake shot is or fake drag. Fake drag forward ball roll. I don't know what you'd call that. But it's the same as a 3-star and a 4-star if you do it with, you know, again, 3 or 4-star skill players. So this is one of the best 3-star skill moves in the game. You only have so many you can do with a 3-star. Body feints, your basic fake shots. You've got a worse Elastico. You've got a worse roulette. You've got a worse Ronaldo trap. That one, it is that one. Okay. It's good. And again, actually, I said it's one of the best 3-star skill moves in the game. It's one of the best. No, they removed it. I haven't done it in so long. You used to be able to do that one with like 1-star skillers. So I would do this one we were talking about with the goalie. Now the only like 1- and 2-star skill moves you've got do the same running fake shot. You've got body feints, you've got ball rolls, you've got step overs. You've got this like fake Ronaldo chop that just puts the ball up in the air. You've got drag back. Drag back's a 2-star skill move, so you can't do it with goalies. I think you can do... Yeah, you can do the bad version of the 3-star / 2-star version of the directional nutmegs. Wow, that one got so heavy. Bro. Anyway. Gives a nice speed boost after L2, R2. That makes sense. You can use it to... Bro, give me the ball. Use it to explode out of... No, give me the ball. You can't do it immediately. There's got to be a touch in between that sucks, because otherwise it'll just register as a fake shot. That's weird. It's going to be one touch, but then, yeah, get away. It's a good one to have in your locker. It is one of the better. It's got its uses. It's a very good possession one. It's pretty good explosive, too. It's very consistent. I'd say that's like an A tier skill move. Not S tier, not S plus, not like game breaker or not game breaking or anything, but definitely one of the better ones to have in your locker. I think I interrupted past to answer the other question. I've got gameplay to do, so unfortunately I can't be this chatty every stream, but the idea is hopefully I break my gameplay up a little bit better. So instead of just doing like game after game after game after game, I'll leave less games per day that I have to play, but a little bit more time to like answer questions and stuff. So the idea is definitely like, you got a question about something I do in game, we can run back again, not like the 20 minutes I'm doing today, but do a little like 5-minute. We'll look at what I did there and explain why, and then I'll have to move on. But hopefully the idea is that, because I don't know of any other content creators that kind of do that kind of thing, you know. So I want to be a little more accessible. You get to ask me questions. Obviously, again, once the chat gets bigger, then it'll be harder, but ask questions, I can do my best. We can break up the flow a little bit. It doesn't have to be like 10 games in a row. Only ever touch pass cancels with 3-star and below. Don't trust any skills. That's fair. I do body feints and ball rolls sometimes, but that's probably it. Body feint, ball roll, fake shot. The others aren't really worth it. The bad version of the directional nutmeg has a specific use, but it's never like something you can't accomplish with something else. So I'll do it kind of to showboat, but you don't need it for anything else. It is now... Oh, my phone's been playing music this whole time. It's now 12:45. I need to go to bed, because I have to get up and play this game more. I'm gonna get some food, I'm gonna sleep, and then I'm gonna be live in like probably 12 hours. We'll probably go live like noon, 1 p.m. for me tomorrow. Yeah, something like that. I do thank you all for hanging out. Even as I've been waffling about skill moves and everything, we've still got 9 of you watching, it seems, so. Thank you for the stream, thanks for the great content. And you're in the Discord. Okay, you can join the Discord too if you want. It's in the description here. Here. Should be this one. I'll plug it again. Maybe I should get a bot that plugs the Discord like every 30 minutes so people can see, but even as I'm going offline, if you want to chat in there or anything, then feel free to. Hopefully the idea is enough of you will learn enough about me that you can answer questions for me. You know, when I'm not available, we'll have Sunzi, one of the longer viewers, start answering like, I think Haz would say this. You'd probably be right, because I'm pretty consistent. Sleep well, good night, thanks for the session. Good night, everybody. I will see you live tomorrow if you are free.